Those spotters have a tough day ahead. In fact, most teams will use 2 spotters here simply because the track is so big. But like every race, ultimately, it's the driver that's in control of the steering wheel. Still, at every race, it's the thick skin and the smooth voice of the spotter that shares the stage with the driver, but never gets top billing. Here's Benny Parsons.
Obviously, I have a little bit of a deeper voice, so the first time I spotted for him in Atlanta, he called me on the radio and says, hey, spotter. He didn't even know my name, and he says, can you hear me? I said, you got it. And he was real polite. And then afterwards, he says, I thought God was talking to me. So sometimes now he likes to mock me. So sometimes he'll come out and on the racetrack, and we go down to the backstretch of Talladega at 200 miles an hour, and I'll go, you got it. You got it. Well, that's his phrase there. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, stand up. I'd like to know, is that fun? You got it. See you later.
Oh, thanks for all the encouragement there. You got it.
Mike Kalanoff has been doing amateur stand-up comedy for 15 years. Today he runs a popular website, often filled with racing jokes. But for the past 4 years, he's also had a serious job spotting for Matt Kenseth.
Clear, high clear, clear to the top, clear all around. Good job here. Rock and roll, baby. Let's go. The only time I ever wrecked him was in our rookie year, and it was on pit road. And cars checked up in front of him, and by the time I said something, it was a little too late. We knocked the radiator out of the car. So Matt went out and bought me these huge glasses with thick lenses, and he calls them my Martinsville glasses, and he makes me wear them every Martinsville race now.
Sounds like it will probably be better the first couple laps.
All right, you just let me know if you want to get to the bottom at any time. We'll find you a hole.
Okay, I'm already in the bottom.
So if you happen to be at the top, and you want to get to the bottom, you let me know. I'll be the guy to tell you.
What if I'm at the bottom and I want to get to the top?
Well, you tell me that too, and I'll try to give you that information as well. Doing stand-up comedy, I'm pretty critical on humor, and Matt is absolutely one of probably the 5 funniest people that I know.
Drivers and spotters have a special relationship. Today, Mike will use a special wide-view pair of binoculars to help him spot for Matt Kenseth. Mike and Matt have their work cut out for them, coming from deep in the field. Here's Yoakum.
He starts 37th. In fact, Matt Kenseth, 1 top 5 finish in the plate tracks, 2 top 10s this year. How about the car today?
Hasn't been very good today. We, knew we were going to struggle with it qualifying, and usually once it gets around other cars and we get drafted, it runs pretty good. But yesterday it just didn't have any speed, so pretty concerned about it. But not a lot I can do about it. We'll just have to do the best we can, and hopefully stay up in that lead draft and be there then.
There are a lot of fast cars in the back to draft with. Today, Burns.
One guy up in the front who is going to try to lead that draft is Jimmy Johnson. 2 poles on restrictor plate tracks, 84 laps led, but never a win. How about today?
I hope so. Well, we seem to have a great package on the restrictor plate races. Learned a lot about the draft and stuff. Everything's going to change a little bit, I think, today with the new rules that we've got, but hopefully we can be there. It's nice to lead laps. It's nice to run well all day long, but we need to close the deal. We're 3rd in Daytona, and hopefully we can stick around today and get the slowest Monte Carlo up front.
All right, he's already gotten a fast pace lap around this place with me, Marty.
Yeah, hang on, guys. We're going to do an interview at 60 miles an hour here. Jeff Gordon, the idea of the new rules is to make passing easier. Is it?
I wish it was that easy to answer. I think it definitely makes it easier for you to close up and maybe pull up beside the car, but it doesn't mean that you're going to actually pass that car.
2-time Talladega winner going for win number 3. Bill?
Thank you, Marty. Tony Stewart missed practice here on Saturday because of a severe migraine. He had taken some medication and sat out the practice session. This morning, the team says Tony is rested and ready to race. Tony Stewart will start from the 11th position on the grid. We talked about the rule changes for this race, and don't forget about the rule changes put in place last week. No racing back to the yellow, no racing on the pit road. Now, being the investigative reporter that he is, Brian Williams went out to find an expert for more information on that subject. But when he couldn't find an expert, he simply settled for hanging out with Wally.
Listen, I was watching Darlington, and I'm wondering, maybe it's better if I get in here, and maybe you ought to try over here. Just give me some pointers, and I'll drive us around just for today. Okay? You can handle this? I insist. You go in that entrance. Yeah. I mean, I heard you got pushed around by a little girl named Isabel a couple weeks ago. You sure you can handle this car?
Don't let that bother you, buddy.
Here's a helmet. This goes on top of your head, okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's get into 4th gear so the people up there don't think I'm a sissy, because they think I'm driving right now.
Oh, it's all about you, isn't it, Wally?
It really is.
It's all about you.
You're really bogging it down now, Brian.
I know, but look,
let's try to give it a little bit more gas so we don't stall it. Right now, what you're doing, I would suggest looking in the mirror because you're about to get lapped by 42 other cars going this speed.
yeah, that's good material, Wally. That's good material. What's it like to get lapped by 42 cars, Wally?
Oh, I feel a little acceleration now.
Yeah, you're funny. You're a funny man. By the way, Wally Dallenbach will be appearing at Chuckles on Route 3 in Weehawken all this weekend. Take good care of your bartenders and waitresses.
Well, after this, I think you're better doing the nightly news, and I believe I'm better at taking that wheel back. Checker flag!
You know, so they tell you you're going to drive, they don't tell you they're going to drive next to Chatty Cathy. So I thought I was just going to be free to take this thing and not have Mr. Left Blinker, Right Blinker, you know, show me a K-turn.
But even with all those distractions, Brian Williams top speed an impressive 174 through the Tri-Oval. Ken Schrader has gone 401 starts since his last Winston Cup win. It came at Dover in June of 1991. Kenny has 4 career victories. In his first Winston Cup race in 1984, he started 27th. His best finish that year, 17th. First time he cracked the top 10 in the championship standings, 1987. The last restrictor plate race at Daytona, Schrader started 7th. Today, Ken Schrader starts 7th at the track where he got his first Winston Cup win on 7/31/88. Now, you don't have to look it up because we already did. The countdown is at 0, and the EA Sports 500 from Talladega is next.
This has been the Discover Cars Countdown Stream. Let's go racing.
To try out Banquet's new resealable bag for our boneless chicken tenders, we asked Bobby Labonte to take it for a test drive. Man, this bag can really handle. For race time or any time, get all the great tasting Banquet chicken you want when you want it with our new easy to drive resealable bag.
Hey, Bobby, can I take it for a spin?
You can always bank on Banquet.
Here I come, I'm for safest of all. I can lock on my doors. It's the only way to live in cars.
The first major advance for the fastest treatment of athlete's foot is Lamisil AT. Lamisil AT is the first non-prescription medicine proven to kill the fungus with just 1 week's use. Not even a prescription can beat that. Lotrimin AF and Tinactin still expect you to treat for 4 weeks. Who's going to do that? When your feet itch and burn, using Lamisil AT 1 week keeps you athlete's foot free 3 months. Lamisil AT. There's no better way to cure athlete's foot.
Pure official products, and thousands of them. Available only at the new NASCAR.com Superstore.
Good day gone bad all of a sudden for Dale Jr.
Earnhardt Jr. wins at Talladega Superspeedway.
NBC Sports presents the EA Sports 500 for the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, live from Talladega. 43 drivers, 500 miles, 150,000 fans, and you. all waiting to see if the post-race story is a big move or a big mistake. We're glad you joined us. We don't think you'll want to leave. Right now, let's get it upstairs to three guys who should have more information they could possibly share with you this afternoon, because they really did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Alan Best with Wally Dallenbach and Benny Parsons.
Yeah, Bill, we got a lot of excitement, too. This is Talladega, the big pack racing we've talked about. Going to be great for us all to watch. Maybe a little uncomfortable for the drivers, though.
I tell you, we've got 43 guys that are very, very uncomfortable today, because if anything happens, any small thing happens, a mistake by another driver or a mechanical problem, this is what happens. It happened here in the spring on the 4th lap. Ryan Newman has a flat tire, and before it's over, about 25 cars involved. Yesterday in practice, 4 cars didn't even practice because they felt like the crash may happen in practice. Folks, how do you like to feel out there racing at 190 miles per hour and about a 30% chance you're going to wreck? But, Wally, some guys are starting in the rear.
Yeah, you've got some fast guys in the rear like Dale Earnhardt Jr., Matt Kenseth, Ryan Newman. And the best way to get out of that wreck or keep out of that wreck is get to the front. Hopefully the wreck will happen behind you, so there's going to be a couple guys who are going to be charging to the front, but there's also about 40 other guys that are going to try to stay in the front.
We'll see if the big wreck happens. We'll all say ooh, ooh together as these cars race so close together. Let's go trackside for the opening ceremony.
Please rise and remove your hats as the 4th Battalion, 14th Marine Artillery Unit, based in Bessemer, Alabama, presents our colors. Please remain standing as Krista and Robbie Allison offer our invocation.
Please bow your heads. Dear God, thank you for this beautiful day you've made for all of us. Thank you for each and every person here today. Lord, please help them all get home safely. Please keep all the drivers and crew members from harm and watch over them while they work.
Help us to remember all of our military men and women who are away from home fighting for our freedom. And God, thank you for our dad and for everyone who has helped keep him alive in our hearts. Amen.
Now, please join country music star Colin Ray in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Thank you, Colin. And how about a huge hand for the 4 Harriers from the 203rd Marine Attack Training Squad based in Cherry Point, North Carolina. And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, welcome back the Grand Marshal for the EA Sports 500, Miss America 2004, Erica Dunlap.
Gentlemen, start changing!
Nice to see Chris Krista and Robbie Allison here today, Davy's kids. Had a chance to speak to them earlier. They're growing up nicely. The final moments of calm for the drivers before they charge into the storm of a Talladega race.
It's the night of Sunday premieres on NBC with the season premiere of Sunday's #1 show, Law & Order: Criminal Intent.
You can never be too careful.
Then, Rob Lowe stars in what TV Guide calls the best new drama.
Someone has to step in and say, enough is enough.
The season premiere of Law & Order: Criminal Intent, followed by the series premiere of The Lion's Den, NBC tonight.
It's Summer Drive at your GMC dealer, and we're exceeding your expectations with $4,750 total cash back on Sierra. Built with more standard V8 horsepower than any other half-ton extended cab. Professional-grade engineering. It's not more than you need, just more than you're used to. Get 0% APR for qualified buyers on a new 2003 Sierra, or get $4,750 total cash back. See the pros at your local GMC dealers today.
Starting with me, everything in this place is mean and miserable.
Is that a tear in your eye, Private? Do you want your mommy? Are you going to cry?
I'll kick the tradition and chivalry out of you.
I suggest you shut your mouth.
I can't hear you.
Nothing is over until we decide it is.
Just one more thing. Don't ever make me mad.
Sweet dreams, ladies. Straight left, right, left, huh?
Any way you want it, the way you need it, any way you want it.
Time is running out to get incredible deals during Ford's authorized clearance. Drive F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months, or choose $4,750 cash back. Get 0% or up to $4,750 cash back on F-Series, even Super Crew and Super Duty. Don't miss Ford's authorized clearance. Visit your neighborhood Ford dealer today.
Quality coverage and convenience. That's 11 Alive News.
NBC Sports live in Talladega, Alabama for the EA Sports 500 at the world's fastest speedway. Unpredictability, unparalleled excitement, got it all for you over these next few hours. Well, this is the EA Sports 500, and we decided we wanted to have Grudge Match 2 on NASCAR Thunder 2004. Benny and Wally last year. Let's see who wins this time.
All right, I'm going to take the pole sitter, Elliott Sadler.
All right, well, then I will take his teammate, the 88 car.
All right, here we go. Man, I got a great start.
Well, I guess you did. You smoked me. I was sleeping on the start.
Come on, baby.
I've got you in my sights, VP.
Okay. Just got to draft that 8 car.
I'm going to give you a little pat just so you know where I'm at.
No, come on. Don't be banging on me.
Oh! VP, where are you going?
Keep scraping that wall. That's just a little Darlington stripe there. All right, now if I can get through these guys here, I'll be doing good. Oh, we got trouble.
Oh, yeah, there's trouble.
Oh,
Trouble.
into the back of... Oh,
I got through it.
Yeah. Oh, no.
No.
Come in.
What a great job my spotter did.
Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR, proud to sponsor the Bud Pole Award, given to the fastest qualifier at each Winston Cup race. Elliott Sadler picking up his first Bud Pole of the season. 15 drivers qualified for the Bud Shootout at Daytona next February since 1979. Anheuser-Busch is awarded more than $8 million as title sponsor of NASCAR's Pole Award program. Starting lineup for today's EA Sports 500. Elliott Sadler with Jamie McMurray on the front row alongside of him. Row number 2, Jimmy Johnson looked very strong in practice, and Sterling Marlin, who's had so much success in these restricted races over the years. Jeff Gordon, Dale Jarrett. Row number 3, Ken Schrader. Bill talked about the Schrader stat. Looked it up so you didn't have to. He starts in row 4 with rookie Casey Mears. Bill Elliott and Bobby Labonte going to share row number 5. Elliott's teammate, Jeremy Mayfield, been very strong these last few weeks. And there's Tony Stewart in row number 6. Remember, Tony didn't practice his car yesterday because he wasn't feeling well. He's feeling fine. Benny and I talked to him just after the drivers' meeting today. And Ryan Newman there in row number 6. I mentioned Jeremy. Why don't we get a word with him?
All right, let's try it. Jeremy Mayfield, Benny Parsons, you got me?
Benny, we got you loud and clear there, buddy.
Okay, Jeremy, now last week at Dover, we interviewed you after the race. Let's try talking to you before the race, okay?
At 10-4, we're pretty calm there right now. We're just drinking our ice cold Mountain Dew here, getting ready to get our Dodge up front there.
Is the car good enough to get to the front?
I think so, Benny. We got a real good car here, and you know, the guys done a great job on it. The motor's running good, and we're good in practice, so we'll have to wait and see here.
Are we going to see passing up front? Something we failed to see the last few races?
I'm not sure. You know, I think it's going to be interesting for all the fans out there, but we're going to see what happens. We're going to probably hit the middle lane there pretty quick and see if we can get there.
You're going up the middle?
Middle. We're going straight up the middle if we can.
Okay, well, good luck with that, Jeremy.
Thank you, Benny. Talk to you later.
Man, up the middle. What do you think, Wally?
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Well, he said it's going to be exciting for the fans.
Okay.
So there's something to watch for in the opening laps, huh? Jeremy Mayfield starting 22nd. Look at Provisional Land. Matt Kenseth, Dale Earnhardt Jr., after his qualifying time disallowed, Kurt Busch, Jeff Burton. A lot of good drivers in the back of the pack. Don't expect to be there for long. Jason Keller in the one car for DEI this week. And look at the list of drivers who failed to qualify.
Steve Park, Kyle Petty, Todd Bodine, Jason Leffler, all cars, the 4-car, all cars that run each and every week. Mike Bliss had another Joe Gibbs car here, failed to qualify.
Ryan Newman and Jason Jarrett will go to the back of the field because they changed engines during the race weekend, so they'll start at the back. The Winston Victory Lap program saw Bobby Allison as part of the pre-race ceremonies earlier. Terry Labonte's Winston Cup championships of 1984 and 96. Also being recognized on the pace laps as he takes a ceremonial spin around the track out in front of the field.
We run with a fast crowd, a tough crowd.
More like a mob.
43 asphalt warriors.
Guys have one motto.
What goes around
Comes around.
Eye for an eye, fender for a fender. Paybacks are a promise. Races end, rivalries don't. You got a nice ride there. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to it.
Careful who you mess with, because now the pack doesn't forget. NASCAR Thunder 2004, rated E for everyone. EA Sports.
It's in the game.
Mark and Karen have twins. They use their Discover card because it pays them for the things they buy. So far, they've earned a cashback bonus award of $140. It's money they use to pay for a special night out. And an emergency 24-pack. Discover card. Why not get paid for the things you buy anyway? The Discover card is welcome at Walgreens, Toys R Us, and 7-Eleven. And more than 1,000 new places every day.
When I need to get serious, I get back to basics. And when I'm looking for a serious boost of energy, I need to feel the sting.
For an extreme boost of energy and 3 great flavors, you've got to feel the sting. YJ Stinger, made exclusively by the manufacturers of Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner.
Feel the sting.
Wrangler 5-star premium quality denim. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
NBC's coverage of the EA Sports 500 is brought to you by Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner. By Discover to Go, it pays to discover. By NASCAR Thunder 2004 from EA Sports, races end, rivalries don't. By Wrangler and Wrangler's new 5-star premium denim jeans. And by new Smirnoff Ice Triple Black, triple filtered for a crisp, clean bite.
150,000 fans, a 2 2/3 mile super speedway, and 500 miles about to get started here at Talladega. It's the EA Sports 500, and we're 1 lap away from the green flag. Let's get some final stories on pit road before the action starts. We begin with Matt.
Alan, 2-time Talladega winner Sterling Marlin hasn't had a top 5 finish in Winston Cup in over a year, but he couldn't pick a better place to get back on track. 2 starts here, 5th and 6th. The car, a brand new body. but this car is very racy in the final practice session. Sterling thinks today could be the day. Today Burns.
Matt Ryan Newman moving to the back in a used race car. That's a good thing, the used part. You see, Ryan doesn't like new cars. In fact, around town, he drives a 53 Plymouth. Now, the two cars he wrecked in restrictor plate races this year, brand new. This one, used and restored. It ran at Daytona, and they think they've got it even better here at Talladega. Marty?
Well, Dave, from 36 on back, you will find 4 of the 5 Roush cars, 3 of which had to take provisionals just to make the race, including championship leader Matt Kenseth. But Kurt Busch just told me, you know what, we're actually in a pretty good spot. After all, it doesn't really matter where you qualify at Talladega, and I've got 3 buddies back here to help me get to the front. Bill? Marty, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has a good car, a different seat, a stronger helmet, and renewed confidence going into this race. One thing he doesn't have is this special shoe. This is a carbon fiber shoe, hard on the bottom, so you don't have to flex your toes as much. It was supposed to take away some of the pain from Earnhardt's injured right foot. He decided he didn't need it. He is using a little bigger heat shield to try and keep some of the heat away from his injured right foot. Suffered in an accident at Dover last week. That accident gave him a slight concussion. He was cleared to race Wednesday, would have qualified 11th. The car failed post-qualifying inspection. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and his drive for 5 straight races at this track comes from the back of the pack. Alan?
Okay, Bill, of course, Dale Jr. and his teammate Michael Waltrip have won 8 of the last 11 of these restrictor plate races here in Daytona, if you will. Michael's thoughts a minute ago on his team radio.
Here to help you, man. I need you to help me help you. I want you to want me. My daddy always used to say, you can't help somebody that won't help themselves. So I will help myself as y'all all help me.
He sounds like he's all pumped up. Huh?
He sounds like he's all fired, ready to go, try to win this thing.
Michael going to come from row number 9 in the 18th starting spot. 188 laps around this 2 2/3 mile track, and we're set to go with the EA Sports 500.
Sure doesn't look like an advantage there yet.
Sadler, Jamie McMurray, still in pace formation, except they're about triple the speed now.
They're starting to fan out about halfway back there. You see these guys getting in the middle. Going to try it out like Jeremy was talking about.
There we see Jeremy on the outside. Looks like someone has gone to the middle and forced Jeremy on the outside.
Elliott Sadler leads lap 1. McMurray, though, still being pushed along by his Ganassi Racing teammate Sterling Marlin in that outside lane. And they're double wide for the top spot.
See Ward Burton, the 22 car, and Buckshot Jones in the middle. That's why Jeremy couldn't get down there.
There's Jimmy Johnson in the second row.
Oh, look at this. Look at this wad of cars.
Ken Schrader with the charge up the inside in the 49. Bill Elliott and Tony Stewart pushing him.
Jeff Gordon moved up in front of the 22 cars. Oh, it's so close in the middle at 3 and 4.
Go ahead, Al.
Sorry, I just say there's the first of the ooh-oohs.
Yeah. This is, you know, one of these racetracks where a driver's looking in the mirror as much as outside that windshield because you've got to drive defensively here. So, as you see, Schrader just puts the block
on Bill Elliott.
Bill Elliott.
Yep.
That's what you're going to do. When you look up in the mirror, you see a guy making a run at you, you're going to pull up in front of that guy. You're going to block the pass, and hopefully also he's going to give you a push down the straightaway.
You see the yellow line to driver's left as we ride with Michael Waltrip. Reminder that that's the out-of-bounds line. If you drop below that line in order to advance your position, NASCAR says you are out of bounds, you'll be penalized.
Did you see that BP? Kenny Wallace had a really good run there, the 23 Stacker car, but he couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah. Because he's in the middle and all the cars in front of him. And yesterday in practice, the 23 car looked really good. Talked to the crew this morning. They were very happy, thought maybe this could be the day that Kenny Wallace wins his first NASCAR Wins Cup event.
And Schrader looking around Jimmy Johnson there at the bottom of the racetrack. And as we watch coming from the back. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has picked up a drafting partner. It's Ryan Newman that is in behind him. Jr.'s up to 29th after starting in 38th. To the point, Jamie McMurray in that outside lane move. McMurray leads, Marlin is second, Dale Jarrett third, and pole sitter Elliott Sadler is fourth.
And behind that, it's anybody's guess.
And right now, this is the time where the cars are obviously going to handle it best. So the 3 wide is the, if you're going to drive 3 wide, this is the best time to do it because your tires are the best. Once you start wearing those tires down and burning that fuel off, these cars are going to start dancing around. They're going to start really moving around in the track.
Look at Matt Kenseth. Started in 37th. He's up to 14th after 4 laps. Kurt Busch, working right with him, is up to 16th, his teammates. Bill?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Michael Waltrip trying to remain running nose to tail. As soon as they got in those positions, the spotters called down. That's the 15 behind you trying to run with you, but it's hard to hang on to those positions. It changes so quick.
And Ryan Newman got in between them, Bill. Ryan's trying to hang on to Junior and keep that run from the back going forward.
Well, the 8 car there, everyone in the garage area knows that that car is fast at these racetracks. When we walked through the garage area this morning, probably the most often asked question of us, how many laps will it take the 8 car to get to the front? They all feel like he will be leading this thing before the day is over. Oh, he's going to try the middle.
Behind Ricky Craven.
You can hear him get out of the throttle there. Again, he had a really good run, but there's just nowhere to go.
And Junior's back around 34th. Got to be impressed with this run that Matt Kenseth is making up through the field. Junior's kind of gotten bogged down in traffic, but Kenseth is now up to 11th. Check him out, the black car there, center of the screen, Smirnoff Ice logo on it. That's Kenseth, and the car behind him, his teammate Kurt Busch in the 97.
Got to have friends in this race. That's one thing about it. If you're going to work your way through traffic, you have to have guys who are going to work with you. Dave, what are they saying about the 17 car?
We know we talked about the 17 not being that great in qualifying and expecting that. I talked to Robbie Rise about that this morning, and I asked him, you know, Robbie, why is that you guys didn't work real hard on your qualifying package this year? He said, we focused on other things. We focused on the things we weren't doing well, road courses and 1.5-mile tracks, and they've improved their average finishes there. This we thought we'd let come to us because we control so little here on this racetrack where everyone's running neck to neck all day long. Marty?
Dave, kind of the same thing on the 97 car. They knew they would not be good in qualifying, knew they would be better in the race, and he also had a plan to follow his teammate to the front. Designed from the very beginning of this race, Kurt said we're going to try to follow Matt to the front and stay up there as long as we can. As long as we work together, we'll be harder to beat.
Yeah, they're working together very nicely right now, up to 11th and 12th positions. Kenseth started 37th, Kurt Busch started 39th.
Now the cars are starting to get in 2 lanes and not that 3-lane nonsense.
The first 6 are single file, and then they're double wide from there on back. And a couple 3 wides farther into the field. See Kenseth behind Buckshot Jones. Back in the Winston Cup field for just the second time this season in the 00 car. Buckshot running 9th. It's a former DEI car and engine that Michael Waltrip's NASCAR Busch Series team is fielding for the Georgia driver.
Last time by, just 3 seconds between the leader, Jamie McMurray, and the last place car of Jason Jarrett.
Check that out. Now the leader's pit. Matt Yoakum, what do you got on McMurray for us?
Well, when he looked in his mirror out and saw that his teammate, Sterling Marlin, had pulled in behind him, he said to his spotter, Lauren Ranier, is that Sterling? He said, yes. He goes, tell him I can run anywhere he wants to run, but I prefer the bottom. Sterling said, anywhere he wants to go, I will go. And then about 2 laps ago, he said, is Sterling trying to pass me, or is he running warm? He's starting to dip out a little bit. They said, we believe he's running a little warm. You just run your line, he'll follow you.
And the reason he asked that is because sometimes the guy behind you may not be able to run the bottom line, so he has to move up, and you don't want to get past if the guy moves up behind you and 7 or 8 or 30 guys go with him. So you want to know where that car behind you is running. You want to help him so he can help you.
10 laps complete. I want you to remember to make note of who leads at lap 50. If you'd like to win a trip to New York City and work as a special correspondent at this December's Winston Cup Award ceremony, know the driver who leads at lap 50 for your chance to enter the NASCAR Big Apple Sweepstakes. Anything happens, we'll come back live. For now, we take a break from Talladega.
Oh, trouble.
Trouble in turn 4. We didn't even get there. Johnny Benson, Larry Foyt, Jimmy Spencer, David Green, and a couple
Jeremy
of others.
Mayfield is involved.
Yep. Is that Tony Raines?
Yeah, Raines in the white car. First caution's out. Lap 10. And remember that there's no more racing back to the caution, so this is the point that NASCAR has to determine what order the field was running in as soon as the caution comes out and set the cars back in that order before they come to pit road.
And that's obviously going to be a huge problem here today because they're all 2 wide and 3 wide.
Spencer, Benson, all torn up.
Go around.
And Jeremy's right front is not turning. That's not a good sign.
Car's rear suspension broken. See on the back right rear fender sitting down all over the tires. There's Larry Foyt.
And again, when I talk about these drivers being so concerned about this, it's not only the danger of getting hurt, it's the fear of failure.
Let's see what happens here. Nope, somebody just started to come around, like maybe had a flat tire. Was that Mayfield?
That is the left rear tire. We see the tire rolling down the racetrack. That is Jeremy's car.
So he went up into Benson when the tire came apart. Oh, Larry Foyt first, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then the jam up behind him.
That could be one reason that Jeremy had fallen back is because of that left rear tire going flat.
Don't get any one-car crashes here at Talladega. Not very often, anyway. 6 of them there. So we're under caution for the first time. Pit road is closed, so we'll take a break. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Do you have the right truck?
Hi. Black coffee to go.
Does your truck have better resale value than Ford and Dodge? A Silverado half-ton pickup does.
Hey guys, what's up? Hey, is this your truck? What's it going for? What do you mean, what's it going for? Let me make you an offer. It's not for sale. What do you mean here? It's for sale. It's not for sale.
Silverado, it's the right truck from Chevy.
My dad taught me 2 simple rules about car care. To take care of the engine, change the oil. To take care of the fuel system, add STP. When your dad is Richard Petty, you tend to listen.
Tuesday. Own the DVD that explodes with all the excitement, all the stunts, all the turbocharged action.
Let's do it, baby!
Too Fast, Too Furious. Own the DVD Tuesday.
To try out Banquet's new resealable bag for our boneless chicken tenders, we asked Bobby Labonte to take it for a test drive. Man, this bag can really handle. For race time or any time, get all the great tasting Banquet chicken you want when you want it with our new easy to drive resealable bag.
Hey, Bobby, can I take it for a spin?
You can always bank on Banquet.
It's all about learning to take care of your car the best way you can. Because when you really think about it, putting quality parts on your car is one of the smartest things you can do. That's why I love Napa so much. Every Napa part is made to meet or exceed the industry's highest standards. Take oil filters, for example. Did you know that a Napa Gold oil filter can catch up to 45% more dirt than your typical oil filter? Now, let's just analyze those numbers. Or,
Man, I love restrictor plates. Napa, get the good stuff.
Standing on the corner, watching all the guys go by.
baby painter's pants at a price that really turns heads, starting at just $20 for men.
Or maybe painter's pants go by.
You wanted banking, you got it. Faster, steeper, more exciting. Homestead Miami Speedway is raising the turns from 6 to 20 degrees. Don't miss the first race ever on the new 20-degree banking. Ford Championship Weekend. For tickets, call 305-230-RACE or visit homesteadmiamispeedway.com.
Here's our Wrangler 5-star finish, what we might have to look forward to later in the day. Dale Earnhardt Jr. here in the 2000 Winston 500. Earnhardt Jr. restarted 18th following the final caution, moved to 4th with a couple of laps to go, and then led the final 2 laps to take the win. Kenny Wallace pushing into the checkered flag. 76th and final career Winston Cup win for Dale Earnhardt. For more on Wrangler 5-star finishes, log on to NASCAR.com. Earnhardt Jr. running in 23rd position under the caution right now as they work to clean up the mess in turn 4 here at Talladega. While pit road has not yet been open, let's give you our NASCAR Busch Series update. No race this weekend for the Busch Series. They've got 7 events remaining. Next Saturday, Kansas City, type championship race there. Craftsman Trucks, Brendan Gaughan, 5th win of the season at Las Vegas last night. Led 107 of 146 laps. There's the championship standings. 5 races to go for the trucks. South Boston, Virginia, this Saturday night is their next race. That is our Craftsman Truck update and NASCAR Busch Series update. Haven't yet opened pit road because the crash was in turn 4, and they're still working to pick up some of the debris and so on there at that pit entry. So let's take a break before they open the pit lane, and we'll come back to Talladega.
I know a little something about making good moves.
So if you're thinking about Viagra, one of the best moves you can make is a pit stop to see your doctor.
Ready to ask your doctor about Viagra for the first time? Find out if a free sample is right for you.
Make your move. Talk to your doctor about Viagra today.
To learn more, race over to Viagra.com.
It's no surprise the Home Depot is NASCAR's home improvement warehouse.
Only one truck has crossbars that are welded through the side rails. That truck is the new Ford F-150. It has the strongest, toughest frame of any full-size pickup, which also gives you the highest payload. Only this truck earned the right to be the next F-150. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
Light, airy cones of crispy corn. There's no such thing as too many bugles. Bugles. More is better.
NBC Sports live at the Talladega Superspeedway, where the EA Sports 500 is under caution, and here comes the opening to pit road. First opportunity to get service under this yellow flag for the field. Dave?
Casey Mears said, my car's a little bit tight, but nothing I want to change. No tires ran through his pit stall. They have to push him back. Now they can start fueling him before they send him away. Marty?
Sterling Marlin already leaving, Dave. Fuel only for the car. The car has been excellent. This will help their fuel mileage today, Matt.
There was some debate on the Ganassi radio about whether to pit or not. They finally decided to pit. 4 seconds of fuel for Jimmy McMurray, Bill.
Still waiting on Dale Earnhardt Jr. to make it to his pit stall. He finally did. The front of the car is bashed in. The radiator screen is all torn up. Now they're going to go around to the right side, put on right side tires, topping him off with fuel. They they bounce back and forth between tires or not. Now they're going to end up taking 4. So it's going to be 4 tires for Junior. He was so late getting down pit road, they went ahead and decided to make the entire change. But you can see the front of the car knocked in. Dave.
Bill Elliott's radio was hung open during the last run, and then it came unconnected altogether. So they're putting a new radio button in there to try to help Bill communicate with the pits. They could not hear him during that entire first run. Matt?
A traffic jam somewhat, Dave, here on pit road. The 32 of Ricky Craven tried making his way into his box. He was pitched off. Then he was rear-ended. Then the 98 of Jason Jarrett also involved. Cosmetic damage to the back of Ricky Craven's Pontiac.
So I'm guessing that's who the 8 car ran in the back of is 32 because, tell you what, that hurts the aerodynamics of that car badly.
Yeah, Christian Fittipaldi and Jason Jarrett also were involved in that stack-up on pit road. So it's apparently the first set of pit stops has been fairly chaotic here. There's a pretty big hole that they have to fill there, Ricky, between the hood and the bumper. See if we can take a look at what happened. We're riding with Dale Jr. here. It's behind Jeff Green. Dale Jarrett came out of his pit box up there on the left. A lot of guys checked up in front of him. That's probably when you're going down pit lane and you're that close to a car. You can't see what's happening 2 cars ahead. So if somebody checks up in front of you, unfortunately, you're going to run into them or get run into.
And no one is really going to change tires or just 2 tires, fuel only. So you have cars leaving the pits by the time that the back of the pack gets to their pits.
Because they're not taking much fuel.
Exactly, just 3-4 seconds of fuel.
Now, I want you to remember the spring race here at Talladega. Dale Earnhardt Jr. was involved, got some damage in that big lap 4 crash, and came back and won the race. He made 17 pit stops in that race and still came back and won. We'll see how many pit stops they make here. We'll see what the result's like at the end of the day. Early caution is out in the EA Sports 500.
To try out Banquet's new resealable bag for boneless chicken tenders, we asked Bobby Labonte to take it for a test drive. Man, this bag can really handle. For race time or any time, get all the great tasting Banquet chicken you want when you want it with our new easy to drive resealable bag.
Hey, Bobby, can I take it for a spin?
You can always bank on Banquet.
I've got to trust 100 people, if not more, that have all touched, fabricated, bolted together something on that race car. Teamwork is everything. You pull in on the pit road, second or third, guys are zinging lug nuts off and on, you're going to be the first one off pit road, and your guys got you the lead. And that's what separates the best from the rest.
See you next week. Hey, Bill. Good job, man. Russ, you want to hurry?
Hey, we're trying to get home, man.
Introducing the Dodge SRT series. Race inspired, street legal.
Sweet. Meet Tony Gonzalez, playmaker. He's a prime-time performer with highlight reel hands and made-for-TV moves.
Smooth as butter.
Think you can be big-time all the time like Tony? Prove it with Playmaker Control, only in Madden NFL 2004.
The official game of Playmakers.
Rated E for everyone. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Drink intelligently. A reminder from Smirnoff Ice Triple Black Premium Malt Beverage, proud sponsor of Matt Kenseth and the number 17 car.
USA versus the world, featuring 9 of the top 10 players on the planet. Woods, Mickelson, Love, and more versus Els, Singh, Weir, and the world in one of golf's great events, the President's Cup, this November on NBC.
check the McDonald's Drive-Thru Pit Championship, fueled by Powerade. Bill Elliott's team, fastest at Dover. Their car spending the least amount of pit road among participating teams. They won the 20 grand. Michael Waltrip's crew continuing to hold a fairly slim lead in the season-long standings for the $200,000 top prize.
The juniors team is getting hurt today, spending so much time on pit road trying to repair the grill on the number 8 car.
Junior's been on and off pit road again. Kevin Harvick also taking some damage in the pit road jam up under this caution flag.
And he's not the only one because someone has to hit him. Never see Mike Wallace in the 09 car trying to get to his pit about the same time that Kevin Harvick in the 29 car is leaving, and so therefore we have a collision.
And when you're told to go, you go.
Yep.
So the drivers cannot see out of these cars real well when you leave the pit, so you're really relying on your crew to find you an opening.
There's Dale Earnhardt Jr. Bill Weber told us a minute ago that they have taped a screen over the grill opening, but taped it. They wanted to rivet it. They didn't have time.
And that could be trouble, because if that screen blows out, that's really going to hurt the aerodynamics of that car. That screen actually helps the downforce and the drag on that car. So if that screen blows out, it's going to be really bad for that car.
And we always kid about 200 mile per hour tape, and sometimes it's only 150 mile per hour tape.
Let's put it through the test, right?
Yeah.
Jamie McMurray leads. Elliott Sadler is second. Sterling Marlin third. Dale Jarrett fourth. And Ken Schrader fifth off the pit stops. Then Buckshot Jones, Ward Burton, Jimmy Johnson, Mike Skinner, and Jeff Gordon. But it hasn't taken long for them to get side by side.
Boy, they are really strung out on that restart.
Give you an update behind the wall. Jimmy Spencer, Jeremy Mayfield, Larry Foyt, David Green, and Johnny Benson. After the crash, Foyt is going to be transported to a local hospital by ground for further observation. And while the field comes back to the line to complete a lap under green, let's hear from one of the drivers in the garage. Dave?
It's Jeremy Mayfield. Of course, it sort of started around your car, Jeremy. What happened?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. You know, I think we cut a left rear tire down and just took off. You know, I just went in turn 3 and just left rear dropped out from under me and just took off straight to the wall. And you know, I hated that tore a lot of the good cars out here in our car. Our guys are really good today, and just kind of biding our time, waiting for opening to take place there or whatever. But it's a bad day for us.
Guys are working on it. Will it go back out?
Yeah, we're gonna try to get it back out one way or another. And it's tore pretty bad, but these guys do a good job on it. And they'll get our Dodge back out there. We can run a little bit and try to get some points anyway.
Okay, Alan.
Different kind of disappointment for Jeremy this week. Last week he was disappointed at finishing second. Today he's one of the first in the garage.
And we showed you at the top of the show that crash that happened here the 4th lap in May. Exactly the same thing. It was cut tire that on the 12 car, but 25 cars involved. So I guess we're lucky that only 6 or 7 cars involved here.
Single file front 7. Then this is the race for 8th. You're riding with Kurt Busch inside of Ward Burton. Break out of line. Buckshot Jones with a move to the outside of Ken Schrader. Jeff Gordon going to get in behind Buckshot. More of the
Buckshot cut loose there.
More of the drivers in trouble in the early crash, Dave.
Jimmy Spencer was in there. Jimmy, describe what you saw and what happened.
The 19 car got into the wall, you know, so then somebody got into him, and it's Talladega, man, you know. Four plate races this year, and I think we've crashed 3 of them, and just, you know, you think you should be in the front, you think you should be in the middle, you think you should be in the back, and don't matter where the heck I go, they all seem to attract to the Mongo, you know.
And you thought you had a pretty good car today, didn't you?
Oh, I know I had a good car, and then where we were starting, we just dropped to the back, and just, you know, I don't know. I mean, it would have been so easy just to say stop, but you know, that's not an instinct the spotter does. The spotter just says go low, and I go low, and then the hole closes up, and I'm really not mad at him. I'm upset. It's Talladega. I love this racetrack, but hell.
And his last win, of course, was here 9 years ago, guys.
And that's what I'm talking about, the frustration of not being able to compete.
So Spencer in the garage. Johnny Benson, Larry Foy, Jeremy Mayfield there. David Green has just come back out on track after some repairs to his car. The others involved in the crash, Tony Raines, Jason Jarrett, some of the drivers getting damage, have all continued on. Jason had a tire cut down under caution after the crash, went down to the back straightaway on him, and he got that repaired and has continued. Jimmy Johnson running in 12th place now in the middle of the pack. His team talking strategy a minute ago.
It's driving fine. It's just a different game right now. I don't really know what I need to do. It looks like the middle to top place to be to carry the momentum, but it's not like what we've normally had here. I'm learning right now.
Jimmy also said on the radio, Alan, it feels a lot different out here. And under that last caution, Jeff Gordon clicked over and talked to Jimmy Johnson. He said it's weird how the top is working. They thought the middle would be the line to take today, and that was their plan. Jeff on the outside line. Jimmy has just now gotten back to the outside line. He said, remember this, you can't shake anyone today and get free from them. We have to work together.
I'll tell you what, look at Buckshot Jones, a 00 car with help from Ward Burton, Jeff Gordon, all these guys going by on the outside, and that's how Jamie McMurray in the 42 car took the lead from the outside.
Buckshot Jones looking for the lead in his second race of this season. And he got it at the stripe that time.
That time by 00 was the leader.
Still double wide.
And triple.
And look at the pack behind him starting to fan out. Not in this lead pack. Way back there, Dale Jr. The drive for 5 has got a little bit of a problem right now, Bill.
Yeah, just not having a good time right now. He just radioed in that the car is no good on the straightaway, getting a look there to see if that screen's still in the car. You guys would probably have a better look at it than I do from down here. But just says the car's no good on the straightaway right now. Can't make any ground up. Not too happy.
Tough to see. It looks like the bottom part of the screen, I don't know if BP will take a look at it when it comes by this time. It looks like it's blown in, but
I don't know. It's hard to tell.
In fact, NASCAR race director David Hoots has just passed to the inspector, the official that's stationed in the A-Team's pit, to tell them to work up a plan to fix that damage for their next pit stop.
you see the grill there, see the damage on the grill and where they tried to tape it. And like Bill Weber was saying, they tried taping the screen on.
Bill, you got more there?
Yes, that they do have a plan. I'm sure that's what they're going to explain, but the plan is to pop rivet that screen in place, provided it's still there when he comes back to pit road. They are crowded around the monitor down here. Tony Eury Jr., the car chief, giving the crew instructions, telling them what to do next time Earnhardt Jr. is on pit road. Right now, they're hoping that screen stays in place. Back to the front.
It's Buckshot Jones and Jamie McMurray side by side for the race lead. Last time Buckshot Jones led a NASCAR Winston Cup race, June 2001, Michigan. He's out in front now at Talladega. Dave?
You guys are talking about plans. Johnny, what was your plan today before all that happened?
The plan was to run more than 3 laps I did in the spring, and I guess we accomplished that, but unfortunately it was only about 10. I don't even know what to think, you know. I mean, it looked like somebody had a problem, and everybody's going at a spot at the same time, and you get bumped, there's something you can do. So Valvoline Pontiac was decent. You know, we were good in happy hour. That's part I was looking forward to the race itself. We're quickest on the sheet, but just kind of hanging out, biding our time, and I guess wrong place. I don't know where to hang out anymore. I got at the front, running fourth here, got wrecked on the last lap, and hanging out at the back, I got wrecked out. I don't know where there's a good place.
Nowhere to go here at Talladega for Benson, guys.
Good place is to lead.
Yeah, that's right now. Buckshot's in the best spot you can be in your Talladega.
Sometimes even that's not a safe place. Exactly. 31 car lead pack there. Terry Labonte is the last one in that group, and he is in 31st place. Who's that down by the line? Tony Stewart. Michael Waltrip in behind him.
Oh, just blowing by Kenseth. Is that Jeff Green right at the very top of the racetrack? Yes.
Oh, 4 wide. How about Tony Stewart, Marty?
One of the things that happens in these big drafts, Alan, is that the car will sometimes overheat.
That was the case for Tony Stewart before the last caution. It shot up to 245 on the water. They came in, took some tape off. Water is back down now. Car running much better. And both Benny and I talked to Tony Stewart this morning. He's feeling fine, hoping for a win today. Bobby Allison joins us in the booth when we come back to Talladega after this.
When I got to drive 400 miles or more, I get in the car I'm most comfortable in, a Ford Taurus. Of course, my Taurus goes 200 miles per hour.
With its personal safety system and roomy interior, Ford Taurus gets you there in comfort and style.
I could use more room in my Taurus. All those belts, helmet, straps, wish I'd have thought of that myself.
Catch the Ford 300 and Ford 400 on NBC November 15th and 16th at Homestead Miami Speedway. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again, only at your local Ford store.
Dale, what about the movie rights to something like this?
In a world where winning means everything, losing isn't an option.
I'm gonna race the truck. Then you're a fool. Maybe, but a fool's gotta do what a fool's gotta do.
Otto Kickinger is Dale Jarrett in Truck on the Track.
Eat my tailpipe, loser!
Eat my tailpipe, loser?
Tell me how much you got. How much?
That much.
Hello? Is anybody home?
Excuse me.
Oh, what the hell is that? I just saw something.
All right, that's it. If somebody's out there, just come on out.
He's gonna kill all of us.
The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Rated R. In theaters October 17th.
Here I come. I'm for safest of all. I can lock on my doors. It's the only way to live in cars. In cars.
Holy. Coverage of the EA Sports 500 is brought to you by the next Ford F-150, built Ford tough. By UPS, the official delivery company of NASCAR. We want to race the truck. People love the truck. By the new Dew, Mountain Dew. The people who brought you Mountain Dew. By Little Debbie single-serve snack cakes. Perfect when you're on the go. Unwrap a smile today. And by Net Zero. Internet access only $9.95. Call 877-NET-ZERO or get it at netzero.com.
It's the EA Sports 500, Talladega, Alabama. Live on NBC Sports. Buckshot Jones is the leader. Jeff Gordon is second. From there on back, well, they're just in a big old pile. Ward Burton third. 2, 3 wide. Ooh. And getting close. That was close.
Yeah, Mark Martin was third last time by. He's now back about 5th or 6th. And make that 4th.
So many years here at this racetrack, we came to watch the Alabama gang. And the leader of the Alabama gang was honored today as part of the pre-race ceremonies, part of the Winston Victory Lap program commemorating the long run of Winston Cup racing. Bobby Allison, the 83 Winston Cup champ, 84 victories, 4 here at Talladega. The leader of the Alabama gang is in the booth here with us. B.A., how you doing?
Doing really good. What a good day this has been.
How about that making a lap around the speedway, huh?
That was wild, wasn't it? I'm telling you. They had me all suited up and over there in that driver's seat.
And you didn't want to pull in, did you?
No. It's a tough deal.
Bobby, the Alabama gang, you and your brother and Red Farmer and Neil Bonnet, and of course your sons and so forth, you really had a lot of support around here. You weren't native to here, but you certainly came to be considered an Alabamian.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, we're born and raised in Miami, Florida, and came here as a young man won my first feature event in Montgomery, Alabama, the second week I was in Alabama. And the people in this state just adopted me. You know, the state is so pretty and the tracks are so nice here right from the very beginning. And I just had a great time here.
And you said that was easy money up here in Alabama, huh?
Yeah, you know, I mean, the money in South Florida was so much smaller than the money here. And then I ran good immediately. And like I say, got my first feature win second week here. That was really a great big boost for me.
What you think, seeing the way they've got Jamie McMurray's car painted up here for this race?
That is really, really nice. I'm telling you what, Jamie came out and spent some time at the place in Hueytown the other day, and you know, got to talk to him a little bit. I've been watching him this year, and I've been very pleased with his performance. But to spend a little time with him and then see that car painted up like Davy's first Texaco car, just, you know, really, really looks good.
Now, you are working with a group that's building a new Winston Cup team. We've seen come out a couple of times this year.
Yes, Don Arnold Motorsports out of Naples, Florida. You know, Billy Bigley Jr. Is the driver, and just put a lot of good effort so far, but it hadn't showed. We've had some really crazy little problems right at qualifying time. At Indy, we need to beat 18 cars to get in there, and we beat 16. At Bristol, we're running really good, and had a battery problem right at the qualifying time. And then at Richmond, something happened that just didn't let the car go good enough, and so we backed up a little bit, and they're testing now to see whether we're going to go to Atlanta or Charlotte and give it a try again.
Bobby, so good to see you here today. Always a pleasure. And congratulations on being honored as one of NASCAR's great champions, which you certainly deserve.
Well, and Winston did so much for us, and I just really appreciate that, and thank you very much.
Bobby Allison, leader of the Alabama Gang, 1983 Winston Cup champion, here today with us at Talladega. Check that on pit road. Bill Weber, what do you got?
Alan, very frustrating ride here for Michael Waltrip on the pit stop. They had to put 4 rounds of wedge in it. He was just loose. But the car and the traffic, it's just adding up to more frustration. His radio traffic a few moments ago.
Oh, man. You know, it just... Keep working on it. Knowing what I know and seeing what I'm seeing, and I can't do nothing.
What he's very disappointed in is the gear in the car, and his crew chief, Sluggard Labby, apologized to him right at the end of that conversation. Said, Michael, we have the wrong gear in the car. I screwed up. I'm sorry. We can't do anything about it. Please just drive as hard as you can.
Well, he's driving pretty hard right now. It just took 4th place with a little drafting help from Sterling Marlin.
He's driving as hard. Yes, you're exactly right. He is driving just as hard as he can.
Next up, Jamie McMurray to see if he can pick off 3rd. Cars, the slow machine on the inside they're working around. David Green beaten up in the lap 10 accident, his car. Whoa. And now Michael on McMurray for 3rd. That's Mike Skinner now behind Michael in the draft. Meantime, his teammate Dale Jr. tried for 5. It's in some trouble, Bill.
Still way in the back, Alan, with a car that's not very good as Michael continues to chase the 00 car up front. What they're doing down here behind the pit box is they're redesigning a front grille and a screen for the 8 car that's on the track. They went ahead and riveted the screen into a piece of sheet metal. That'll make it easier just to attach the sheet metal by pop riveting it to the hood of the car, to the front of to the nose of the car. So they're doing as much prep work as possible while the car is on the track. When Earnhardt comes on pit road, they'll try and fix it and make it better.
Problem with that is, if he does that under green, he's probably going to have nobody to draft with, and he's going to probably go down a lap.
Yeah, I don't think he can afford to try to do it on the green flag. He must wait for a caution flag, I think. And Michael Waltrip almost made contact with Ward Burton. And Ward had to ease off the throttle, and look how many positions he's lost by just backing off the throttle.
Michael to 2nd. Buckshot Jones, and Ward Burton hanging in there, though now he's caught in the soup in the 3 wide.
Hell of a drive, driver.
Slugger Labby talking to Michael Waltrip.
It's getting more fun, I guess.
Mike Skinner underneath Jamie
About
McMurray.
11 or 12 laps.
It's the 3rd place.
It is busy.
And for the lead. Not yet, but here comes McMurray back to Michael's outside.
Jamie's with no help. He's coming to the outside.
That was a strong move, power move by that 42 car.
Mike Wallace in the middle of this in the 09. You're looking back at him from Skinner's car. There's Ricky Craven behind Ward Burton. Who's that? Jimmy Johnson coming up the middle.
He's been pushing a lot of guys today.
Here's Michael trying to the inside, trying to make his dive to the inside. Could not make that work.
You heard the radio traffic that pit stops are not all that far away, so let's take our break here and make sure we're back in time for them. Buckshot Jones leads at Talladega.
Here in my car, I feel safest of all. I can lock all my doors. It's the only way to live in cars.
Here in Nashville, internet users are taking the Net Zero High-Speed Challenge. 2 computers connected to the internet through ordinary phone jacks. One using standard dial-up, the other Net Zero High-Speed dial-up.
The Net Zero high-speed dial-up is on page 11, whereas the standard dial-up is on page 3. Pretty fast. Pretty fast.
You can surf the web up to 5 times faster for only $14.95 a month.
Really an awesome deal.
There's no reason why you would not want to do this.
Net Zero High-Speed. Get it at netzero.com.
I'm loving it. Is this the place to eat? Since I don't cook, I'll just rock to the beat. I'm loving it. Sometimes we have mishaps. You just overcome and adapt to setbacks. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Move your feet, rock to the beat. Hungry for the music, got it, loving it. You know you're my world. How could I mind love taps from my girl? McDonald's. I'm loving it.
I offered you protection. You refused me. Well, look at you now.
Yeah, I know.
Boy, show me the trunk.
If you want protection, you want the Prestone family and the patented dual-action formula of Big Yellow.
That trunk thing was really funny.
Do I amuse you?
No. Prestone protection, inside and out.
The newly redesigned 2004 Pontiac Grand Prix with 260 horsepower to help you get the most out of your ride. And OnStar stolen vehicle tracking to help you get your ride back. Fuel for the soul.
Hold on to your hat as the NASCAR Twister hits Kansas. Saturday, 2 Eastern, Busch Series Racing presented by Midas. Sunday, 12:30 Eastern, the Banquet 400 presented by Conagra Foods. Jeff Gordon's the defending champ, but nothing's a sure thing at the track that'll blow you away. NASCAR next weekend, NBC.
Back at Talladega, NASCAR on NBC with the EA Sports 500. Ward Burton has just pushed to the lead ahead of Michael Waltrip. Waltrip and Buckshot Jones exchanged the top spot, first and second, but now this line of cars in the outside lane has really got a big momentum push forward.
I tell you what, we've seen today, Wally, if you can get some help on the outside, you can make it work for you.
And there's been a lot of guys that have been helping each other, that's for sure.
The excitement of the race to the championship moves from here to Kansas City next Sunday on NBC at 12:30 Eastern Time. Then a Saturday night race in Charlotte as we check the Wendy's race menu. Martinsville, Virginia, final short track race of the season, and the high speeds in Atlanta. All what's upcoming on NBC and TNT.
So far, the middle doesn't look like it's where you want to be.
I think that Ward Burton, Jeff Gordon worked the middle some to get to the front, but to make the pass on the leader, they had to go to the outside.
Ward Burton leads. Jimmy Johnson second. Jeff Gordon third. Fourth is Matt Kenseth in that line. And then Elliott Sadler is fifth. Now Michael Waltrip slipping back, loses sixth to Jamie McMurray, and that inside lane's just not going anywhere. And this has got to be one of the things that's frustrating to the drivers, besides the traffic and the close calls, about this, is the way these drafting races run. You can go from 30th to first to 30th to first 5 times in a day.
Well, you know, Ward Burton just had his buddy, the 48 car, Jimmy Johnson, push him to the front. But now that he's in the front, Jimmy Johnson's doing everything he can to get by him.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, he was a friend a lap ago. Now you got to watch your mirror because he wants to get by us. So, and Jimmy Johnson's got his teammate behind him, Jeff Gordon. So Ward's doing some mirror driving, and that's what you got to do if you're going to protect that spot.
On board Matt Kenseth.
Last time by running in fifth spot, he has his teammate, Kurt Busch, the 97 car right behind him. And the 38 had gone by Kenseth, but now Matt moves up on the outside, hoping that Kurt will go with him. They can work their way to the front. Boy, don't you know Kenseth would love to lead this race, get those 5 bonus points for leading.
What he'd love about leading this race is that's the best place you could be to avoid trouble.
Yeah. I mean, it's just so important here to have a teammate that will work with you. It's just crucial. You can't do it without a good teammate. And a good teammate will bump you like that on the straightaway.
Note what you said, on the straightaway.
On the straightaway.
One of the things NASCAR talked about in the drivers' meeting this morning was make sure you're not bump drafting in inappropriate places. Now, another thing.
This is fine. That's
right
fine. That's
perfect.
good. That's making you go faster.
Absolutely. That's what you want to do is right down there. Now you got to back off. And you got to let the 17 go, let the air get back on the rear spoiler. You don't want to stay right on that bumper because if you do going into the corner, you're going to make that guy that you're following very loose.
Another thing that NASCAR talked about at the drivers' meeting this morning, and this came to be the biggest topic of discussion, the entrance to pit road. Remember the new pit rules put into place after the New Hampshire race when Jeff Gordon tried to pass Michael Waltrip to the left coming in and ended up with Jimmy Johnson's crew over the hood and roof of his car. NASCAR says no more passing to the left on pit road once you pass the line where pit road's speed limit begins. But when they pit under the green at Talladega, they come in packs, in bunches, maybe 15 and 20 of them at a time, and they'll come in 2 and 3 wide. And NASCAR said when you get to that line, you better be in single file. Instantly, hand shot up in the air. Drivers asking all kinds of questions. We'll finish that in a minute. Bill, you got something there?
Buckshot Jones, the first of the guys running up front on pit road to right side tires and fuel, no chassis adjustment. Was trying to stay out to match the pit stop of Michael Waltrip. Couldn't do it. Burns.
The 9-car Bill Elliott out and off of pit road. 2 right side tires, no chassis changes. The radio was changed and now works for Bill.
There's Ward Burton in. Was leading just a couple of laps ago. Tony Stewart's also in.
Concerned about the water temperature we talked about, Alan. It went up to 250 on that last run. They pulled the pizza tape off a little bit tight. 2 tires, no adjustments. Matty?
2 tire change for Ward Burton. A little bit of trouble on the fueling. And he's down and away.
Wow, terrible pit stop by Ward's guys. Tony Stewart came in behind him and is going to leave 15 car lengths in front of him.
These guys get single file.
Yeah, let's see if it'll
be amazing.
There's one peeling off. Not to come by, for the most part.
Well, now here you definitely do not want to run out of gasoline in all this pack.
Right.
Kenny Wallace is in, Dave.
And they said we do have a great race car this weekend. It was not a fluke that we led in happy hour. However, we're paying a price. Fuel mileage. They had to pit early, and they're going to watch that all day.
Okay, look at the guy's hands out the window. There's going to be a lot of guys coming into the pit lane this time.
So here comes the big jam. And just to finish that story really quick, Mike Helton, the president of NASCAR, ended up walking up to the microphone and giving a very succinct explanation and saying, this is the rules, you better follow it.
And the rule is you cannot run side by side as you enter pit road. See, Elliott, and they've got to get, guys, come on, you got to get single file.
There's no way you're going to be, I mean, you can't do it.
See?
Okay, now, Skinner stopped. We'll see if they consider that correcting his own position. Marty?
Jeff Gordon says the car is just a little bit tight, but I don't want any changes. There'll be 2 right side tires and a can and a splash. Dave?
Little loose in, little snug off the corners for Bobby Labonte. He saw the car out of fuel, 2 tires, and can't get it refired. Matt?
A 2-tire change for Elliott Sadler. Meanwhile, they're going to go to work on the left side of Jimmy McMurray's car. He has cosmetic damage to the left front headlight cover.
Dale Jarrett, Sterling Marlin, Mike Wallace, Casey Mears, Jamie McMurray, Mike Skinner, Bobby Labonte, all leaving pit road.
Oh, look at this. Guys, single file.
Is that Robbie Gordon around the outside there?
Yes.
Jimmy Johnson to his pit, Marty.
Having an excellent run, Alan. The car just a little bit tight off of 2, but they decided to make no changes. 2 right side tires. Chad Canal said go on my call. They get it full of fuel, waiting for that to happen. They say the signal go. There he goes, Bill. Michael Waltrip on pit road, 2 right side tires. They're going to wait on the fuel. Slugger told him, you wait on me, trying to pack it full of fuel. Fuel pouring out. Now he's got it, he's on his way. 2 stalls in front of him is Brian Newman. He's on his way with 2 right side tires and fuel as well.
Kurt Busch, Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin, Dave Blaney also pitting there. Dave?
Car is a little bit tight for championship leader Matt Kenseth. They're going to put a little bit more air in the right rear tire and change 2 right side tires and get him off the pit road as quickly as possible. Remember, fueling that 13.5-gallon fuel cell? Bill, up to you.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. has limped his way onto pit road. Going to be a 2 right side tire change. They can't do anything with the grill at this point. Just send him right back out. That screen is slightly dislodged from that tape job they did on it about 50 laps ago.
But to this point, he's still on the lead lap. Kevin Harvick coming off with Matt Kenseth. Is Matt waving him in front of him?
Yeah.
And here comes the pack, steaming by them. Jeff Gordon is going to take the lead on the exchange of pit stops. Well, he will once they steam up there and pass Kevin Harvick. How's that?
Yes. Right now, Harvick in the 17 car. Kenseth would be first and second, but no more.
Now that would be the new leader. So Jeff Gordon, Elliott Sadler, Kurt Busch are your top 3 on the exchange of pit stops.
Outside. Now you're clear. I need 4 tires.
He needs 4 tires because he flat spotted him.
That's right.
He came in there too hot. When he got on the brakes, he locked the tires up. That's why I asked before.
And that was very smart of him.
Yeah, it's very easy to do here at Talladega because you come off the racetrack at 190 mile an hour. You're trying to get the car slowed down to what is it, 55 mile per hour for the pit road speed. So you jump on the brakes and you downshift, and normally you'll lock up the tires.
Problem for McMurray is, see way ahead out the windshield? That's the pack.
Yeah.
And he's out of the draft.
Well, the good thing is he has Buckshot Jones and I think the 12 car of Brian Newman around him. Never see Buckshot coming up right behind him, so he's got good cars to work with.
That 00 car is fast. I bet you he pushes that 42 right back to the pack in no time.
The problem is the pack there isn't the leaders either. Because the front 5 have gotten away from that group. Check it here when they come back around to the start-finish line. We'll see the deficit he's got to him, and then we'll track it over a few laps and see what he's up to. How about that 42, Matty?
Lauren Rainier's spotter told him try to follow, to try to cover up the air on that damaged left front. Try to see if he can let the 00 go by, but he feels like his car will actually still be faster out front of the 00.
They just told Buckshot to go around him. Buckshot said, I can't get to him to go around him.
That's because, Bill, the last time by, Buckshot ran, the 42 car ran 49.75, around 192 miles per hour faster than the leader.
Yeah, watch this. I noticed this when we were watching, I think it was Jeff Gordon's pit. Watch the gas pour out of the can all over the gas man.
Oh, no. Coming out the vent.
Look at that.
Oh, man.
And although that stuff's not lit, it still burns. Now, McBurney was 7.2 seconds behind leader Jeff Gordon a lap ago. He's chopped about 3/10 off of that this time. Jeff Gordon was the leader of our lap 50. And you'll need to know that to win a trip to this year's Winston Cup Awards ceremony and serve as a special correspondent. Log on to NBCSports.com. Check out the NASCAR Big Apple Sweepstakes for rules and your chance to register every week. There's your front five. Now, those front five right now will probably stay in line and not race each other because they are away from the rest of the pack. And they know if they stay single file, it's going to be hard for these guys that are 2 and 3 abreast to catch it. From 5th place, Rusty Wallace, to 6th place, Tony Stewart, is a little less than 2 seconds. So we'll see if that second group is able to make up any ground or if the front two will stay in line and try and get away. Jeff Gordon is the leader of the EA Sports 500 at Talladega.
I mean, my haircut is nice. The dye job at work, good. It's good, huh?
Uh-huh. You charge the batteries, right?
Yeah.
And I look good?
Yeah.
Hey, Dale. We're here for the interview.
Oh, right.
Where do y'all want to do it? You know, wherever you're most comfortable.
Thanks, guys.
Call the Glass Doctor, we'll fix your pain. We can handle all of your insurance claims. We're the quickest cure whenever your glass breaks. Glass Doctor, call the Glass Doctor, we'll fix your pain.
Stronger. More comfortable. Guaranteed. Wrangler 5-star premium quality denim. Wrangler. Real comfortable jeans.
To try out Banquet's new resealable bag for boneless chicken tenders, we asked Bobby Labonte to take it for a test drive. Man, this bag can really handle. For race time or any time, get all the great tasting Banquet chicken you want when you want it with our new easy to drive resealable bag.
Hey, Bobby, can I take it for a spin?
You can always bank on Banquet.
You can't help but be a little bit nervous when your daughter's out there on the highway.
My best friend Jessica and I are taking a trip to visit 3 colleges.
All you can really do is make sure the car is in good shape and then have confidence in the daughter that you've raised.
Before we left on our trip, my dad and I took the car to Walmart for new tires and stuff.
She's got new Goodyear tires and a new EverStart battery, so her mom and I feel pretty good about it.
It's my first time to be on a trip without my parents, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's her first time to be on a trip without us, and it's no fun at all.
Go!
Tuesday.
Let's see what this thing can do.
Too fast.
Show me something!
Too furious. Too loaded with hours of hot DVD extras. Experience the action again and again. Own Too Fast, Too Furious Tuesday.
You want to know why I ran from Enterprise? Because having the right car can make all the difference.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up. Don't miss Tough Thoroughbreds in their final start before the Breeders' Cup. The Road to the World Thoroughbred Championships. Live next Saturday, 4:30 Eastern, NBC.
NASCAR's on the track. Odds are so is Track Pass. Just log on to America Online or go to NASCAR.com and get Track Pass. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR.
Just past 150 miles of the EA Sports 500. Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama. Jeff Gordon is the leader. 33 of the starters are on the lead lap. And there's your first car 1 lap down. Dale Jr. just overtaken by the front runners. Jr. getting the nose of his car knocked in on the first set of pit stops. That came under caution back at lap 14. And now he is in position to get the lucky dog pass. Remember, under NASCAR's new rules, the first car in scoring not on the lead lap at a caution gets the free pass around. We want to know what you think in our Singular Wireless Race Talk poll. The lucky dog pass has little impact on the race. Nobody should get a free lap back, or I liked it better when they raced back to the caution.
Well, it sure had a big impact last week because Ryan Newman got a lap back, and guess what? He went on the victory lane.
And the reason we wanted this to be our Singular Wireless Race Talk poll this week is because most of the discussion that I heard after Dover, fans, competitors, and, you know, the like, was that everybody liked not racing back to the caution, thought that was a great move for safety, but people weren't sure what they thought about giving someone a lap back. Some people said you shouldn't be given anything. Some people said it was a great thing. So we want to know what you think. Dale Jr. would be in favor of it right now, I can tell you that.
You see, NASCAR, in changing the rules for this race, they gave the cars a little bit more horsepower. They also raised the drag on these cars by raising the rear spoiler a half-inch. The intent was to try to make it easier to pass the leader. In other words, Elliott Sadler should be able to drive by Jeff Gordon. I have not seen any evidence of that. When they get in single file like they are now, the second-place car doesn't appear to me like he can pull out fast.
There's that screen we were talking about earlier. That 200 mile per hour tape didn't work.
Didn't work. No,
it's ready to blow off the car altogether. Oh, like Benny said before, it's only 150 miles an hour tape.
But, you know, you're right, BP. It still comes down to you're going to need help. You're going to need guys to work with you in order to pass that guy that's leading that race.
And that looks like that second group has caught Jeff Gordon. Dave Blaney in the 77 car pulled that back up right on the back bumper of Rusty Wallace.
Well, they finally got single file. And you're right, they ran him down. Dave, what are they saying about Dave Blaney in the 77 car?
Well, they came in early and did a fuel-only stop, but then he was a little bit loose in the outside line, so they made a wedge adjustment. It appears to have helped the car, and as you said, got that whole bunch of them up to meet the back end of Rusty Wallace there.
Whoa, what was that? That was an attempted block. Yeah, Blaney up to the outside of Kurt Busch. You were talking about when Jimmy Johnson moved to the inside of, who was that, Rusty he was trying to get around? I couldn't tell it was Rusty.
I think it was 97. It sure looks like it was. It looks like the 97 had to get off the throttle for something. He was running third when they went by the start-finish line. He's now back to about 8th or 9th.
Yeah, that was Kurt. Remember, Jamie McMurray had to take 4 tires and fell way back. He's cut the deficit he was to the leader in half, Matt.
Running in 22nd, Alan, down in the 42 pit. Jamie telling his team the car is really tight. Car chief Mike Brill took a backup nose section. They have trimmed it up to get a headlight cover, so if we do get a caution, they're going to try to repair that damaged left front headlight cover. The car really tight.
But it's fast.
The pack is really tight.
Yeah, that's right.
They've come back together after the pit stops. Michael Waltrip and Sterling Marlin got together and drafted up to the front of the field earlier. Here they come. Sterling in the silver 40. Michael with that big Napa logo on the hood of his car. Casey Mears in behind them. Jimmy Johnson hung out there in the 48 car, waiting for somebody to come up and give him a little push. That Kurt Busch?
Yeah.
Again from Kurt.
Yeah, now he's got to depend on the guy that just used a little bit ago to help him try to get back to the front.
All this going on from 4th place on back. Jeff Gordon, Elliott Sadler, Rusty Wallace, top 3. Then Jimmy Johnson in 4th. This the race for 5th. Mike Wallace in the 09, pushing Sterling Marlin through. 66 of 188 laps complete in the EA Sports 500 at Talladega. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
We run with a fast crowd, a tough crowd.
More like a mob.
43 asphalt warriors.
Guys have one motto.
What goes around comes around. Eye for an eye, finger for a finger. Paybacks are a promise. Races end, rivalries don't. You got a nice ride there. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to it.
Careful who you mess with, because now the pack doesn't forget. NASCAR Thunder 2004, rated E for everyone. EA
Fords. It's in the game.
We engineered a material behind the dash called quiet steel. Only the new Ford F-150 has it, which means it's the only truck to deliver this. The sound of quality. The sound of the quietest pickup, period. Only this truck earned the right to be the next F-150. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
We have a wireless family talk plan. So do we. We share lots of minutes.
We never pay long-distance charges.
And we have rollover. We don't.
Only Singular has family talk with rollover. Unused anytime minutes, rollover month after month, so you're protected from overage charges months you talk more. Now add a line for only $9.99 and get up to 4 Nokia color screen phones.
We call it our... They're our minutes and we're keeping them. Plan.
Family talk with rollover. Another reason to come in and see why Singular fits you best.
Bill Tandetsky races with Craftsman tools. Why? Because out here, you need every advantage you can get. And because Craftsman tools are so tough, they're the tools the pros use. You see, Bill may never have taken a checkered flag at Indianapolis or a victory lap at Darlington, but he likes knowing his tools have. Craftsman has the right tool for every project. The official tools of NASCAR. Craftsman at Sears.
Look, I can't give both you guys my number.
Great, then I'll just grab a pen. We'd appreciate that, Jeff.
So you guys are close?
Oh, yeah, we're like brothers. I'd do anything for that guy. Just phone. Hey, Sharon. No, your fiance just stepped away. He's thinking about you right now. I'll tell him. Later.
Smirnoff Ice Premium Malt Beverage. Intelligent nightlife.
Last season on Third Watch, it was cop against cop, and everyone came out shooting. On the Third Watch season premiere, the one question on America's mind is who will survive? The Third Watch season premiere, NBC tomorrow, 10/9 Central.
The EA Sports 500 at Talladega Superspeedway. Incredible competition. That is the lead pack. And it is 28 drivers deep, separated by less than 3 seconds from front to back. Jeff Gordon leads. Elliott Sadler is second. Mike Wallace is third, fighting for that spot with his brother Rusty.
As soon as the 8 car, Dale Earnhardt Jr. was lapped and he got in this pack of cars and they blocked the air for him, then he was just as fast as any of them.
Our Stacker 2 NASCAR Winston Cup track fact. This has been a very friendly racetrack for first-time Winston Cup winners. 8 drivers over the years have won. In fact, of those 8 drivers, 6 of them, their Talladega win was their only career Winston Cup victory. Richard Brickhouse, Dick Brooks, Lenny Pond, Ron Bouchard, Bobby Hillen, Phil Parsons, and his brother, all winners here. Davey Allison and Ken Schrader winning here, also had additional Winston Cup victories elsewhere. Who will it be today? Will there be another first-time Winston Cup winner? Highest candidate is Mike Wallace, been shuffled back to 7th spot right now, but right in the thick of it. Now I want you to watch this glob of cars coming by. We normally call it Through the Field. I'm not sure if we shouldn't retitle it Through the Pack today, but we'll try. Jeff Gordon is the race leader. That much we know for now. Marty, what's he saying?
We'll do our best, Alan. Gordon's car really good right now, going for his 7th career restrictor plate win. A little tight when someone is on his right. That's why he likes to be out front, Matt.
Elliott Sadler in tow, looking for his first restrictor plate victory. The car is neutral, but he did say earlier it was free in the center of the corner today.
Rusty Wallace changed 2 right side tires, no changes to the car. Yesterday in happy hour, he went to the back, to the front, twice. A good sign for Rusty. 17 car, this says it all. His spotter, Matt Kaunoff, who you heard about earlier, he said to Matt, I don't know how you do this, man. I don't know how you do this. Bill?
Michael Waltrip running back up front. Car's better than they thought it was earlier in the race. Trying to help Junior a little bit, but I don't think that's going to work for very long. We'll see. Matt.
The 6th car running in the 6th position. Mark Martin looking for another Talladega win. The car is neutral. They took on Rice on his last stop, Marty.
Jimmy Johnson on that low line. His temperature shot up to 240 a little bit earlier. Needs to get a peek of some fresh air following Kenseth in the line to keep that water temperature down, Matt.
What a great run by Mike Walson, the 09 car. The car is really good. He's just riding, biding his time. He took on right sides in the last stop.
Sterling Marlin running in the 10th position. He has finished 5th and 6th in his last 2 Talladega races. A little bit loose next time. They will take 2 tires on the next stop. Left tires on their next stop. Bill, Ricky Craven, as far as running well, they did take a little tape off the nose when he stopped to try and help the temperature rising. They wanted to try and keep it a little bit cool, get a little more air in there, Marty. Well, in the ever-changing things, Kurt Busch was shot back up to the 9th position. Car very good. No changes on the last stop. On their next pit stop, they expect no changes then as well. And 4 tires, Matt.
Kevin Harvick bouncing back from that early damage with a contact on pit road. Hasn't said anything since his last stop when they took out right side tires. Meanwhile, Ward Burton looking for his first top 5 this year. Car was good on the first run, but since he stopped, took out those right sides, he has picked up a bad push, Alan.
We put the telemetry in there, the real time where the guy's running at the moment, and that shows you just how it is here at Talladega. We saw Kurt Busch go from, 12th to 8th, back to 9th, all in the course of about 9 seconds, where he actually was on the racetrack. Jeff Gordon is your leader. We're just at 200 miles in the EA Sports 500, not quite to halfway. Caution flags, just one came out earlier, lap number 10, when Jeremy Mayfield cut a left rear, collected a few other cars. Mayfield, Spencer, Benson, Larry Foyt in the garage, the only cars out of the race so far. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
So this is the living room, plasma TV,
The awesome sound system!
toast, the hot tub, the grill. Oh yeah, did I mention the driveway?
Check out Visa.com to learn how you and 3 friends could win the ultimate NASCAR experience. Stay in a luxury RV, get a hot lap with Rusty Wallace or Kurt Busch, and tour the pits. Visa, if you love NASCAR...
These are my neighbors.
They're kind of noisy. It's everywhere you want to be.
Need a battery? We've got everything to get you started. In stock at ready-to-go low prices. And we'll install it for free. So bring it on. Yeah, bring it on.
What's with all the hype over heartburn lately? I got prescription strength, daily schedules.
All I know is hype doesn't relieve heartburn. Tums does. Nothing's faster, it's got calcium, and you can take it when you need it. It's that simple.
Tums.
We got a problem up here. Tower 12, weather's moving it.
Edna.
Do you have the right truck? Does your truck have a Duramax diesel? Does it have an Allison transmission? Silverado. It's the right truck from Chevy. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Meet Ray Lewis, playmaker. He's the greatest show on turf and ringleader of a 3-sack circus.
Send in the clown. Better yet, send in the punter.
Think you can improvise and demoralize like Ray?
What you say?
Prove it with Playmaker Control. Only in Madden NFL 2004.
The official game of Playmaker.
Rated E for everyone. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Tall and tan and young and handsome boy from Ipanema goes walking, and when he passes each girl he passes goes when he walks he's like a summer that swings so cool and sways so gentle, and when he passes I smile, but he doesn't see me.
NBC's coverage of the EA Sports 500, brought to you by Visa, proud sponsor of NASCAR. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. By Chevy Silverado, it's the right truck. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. And by NASCAR Thunder 2004 from EA Sports. Races in, rivalries don't.
Jeff Gordon is the race leader. 31 cars on the lead lap, and they're all in a pack. That's why they have very little trouble selling their seats here at the world's fastest speedway.
See the one car, Jason Keller, Greg Biffle, 16, have just gone a lap down.
But Junior hung in there with the lead car, so he's still the first car lap down.
He drafted through all those cars as they put him a lap down, so he remains the first one not on the lead lap and in position for the Lucky Dog Pass if the caution comes out. Our Singular Race Talk poll. Your thoughts on the Lucky Dog Pass? Pretty evenly split across there.
Yeah, but no one should get a free lap back. Almost 40%, 2 out of 5 said no one should get a lap back. And I'm really wrestling with that as to whether it's a good rule or not. And the jury's still out in my mind.
Well, I think if you're not going to race back, it's a good rule.
NASCAR said they wanted to replace a mechanism for getting your lap back with another one that they took away. Yeah. So I'm with you, Benny. I think the purist in me as far as the sport is concerned, I hate to see them give somebody something they don't earn on the track, but yeah, let's see.
Yep. Try for a few races and see.
Yep.
Maybe I'll learn to love it.
Race recap, top of the screen. Only one caution so far in this one. Going to be coming up on some pit stops again in another 10 laps or so. Most of the leaders were in at lap 50, 51, 52. Get 38 to 40 laps on the tank of fuel.
Some of them can, and some of them, that's a real concern. The caution flag, that early caution flag might have solved some of the team's problems, but a lot of concern about, at the beginning, only about some cars could get 33, 34 laps. What about the 24 car? What are they thinking, Marty?
Well, Jeff Gordon's going to come in at about 7 laps, Benny, so that means some of the cars that cannot go as far as the 24 bunch, if the 24 bunch gets up in their pit stall, they start getting ready for their pit stop. Some of the cars will come in as early as 3 to 4 laps from now.
And that could be a problem in that period between the time the first car start pitting and the last car pits, because I don't think they can pit, change a couple of tires, and not get lapped. It'll be very close.
See Michael Waltrip making some moves in traffic, trying to get back up toward the front. Sliding up in front of Kevin Harvick. Now Jamie McMurray moving up to try and get the draft from behind. Racing there was Kurt Busch for 6th place. Got some guys peeling off there, yeah. Is that Kenny Wallace?
Yes, he's one guy that just can't go that far.
Ken Schrader is in. Kenny Wallace is in. Bill Elliott's in, Dave.
Awesome Bill will take 2 right side tires, fill that thing full of fuel. That'll be it for him. No changes to the chassis. Still likes the way it drives. Kenny Wallace off the pit road as well, guys. Matt?
Wedge adjustment on the 22 left side tires for Ward Burton. He had a push.
So those cars all leaving pit road. And John Andretti was the other one that was in that group of cars to pit. See if anybody comes off this time as they exit turn 4. Remember the pit road rules. Can't pass to the left. You've got to be in single file before you get to the speed limit line at the beginning of pit road.
Looks like they stretched that the last time. Looked to me like they stretched that one a little bit.
What's the envelope?
Here's Tony Stewart, Marty.
Temperature still a little warm in the Home Depot Chevrolet for Tony Stewart. They cleaned the grill. They were debating on taking a little more tape off. They wanted to leave as much on as they could. Left side tires, get it packed full of fuel. Greg Cipodelli gives a sign, and he's back out on the racetrack.
That's a pretty good stop.
Yeah, I tell you, the way they're doing it's probably a little bit safer. To come in there with the least amount of cars, you have the least amount of chance of getting messed up on pit lane.
And now Bobby Labonte's in for his pit stop. It'll be at lap 84, Dave.
And Bobby Labonte last time got right side tires. Actually got 4 tires last time. This time they're going to take on 2 left side tires. No chassis adjustments for the former Winston Cup champion. Remove a windshield screen, though. Need to see a little bit better out the front. Remember, he lost the draft before because he stalled it. This time he did not stall it before he came in and pitted.
I think the last time they ran out of gas, this time they stopped a little bit early to make sure that didn't happen.
As
Is that not right, Dave? Didn't he run out the last time?
Yeah, that's what I meant by stalled at BP.
Yeah.
They actually ran out of fuel and then had to get refired.
Problem is he's going to be a lap down now. He was almost a lap down when he made his pit stop.
A lot of hand waving now again, so we see a lot of the front runners hitting pit lane this time.
And just to get back to the last time, we saw Mike Skinner kind of scream by on the outside coming to pit road. He passed on the right, but then he stopped and got back in line behind all those cars he passed. NASCAR said, okay.
He corrected it.
He corrected himself.
Okay, let's see.
Jeff Gordon, Elliott Sadler, Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jr., Sterling Marlin, and others. Rusty Wallace takes over the lead. Marty?
Jeff Gordon hits pit road a little bit tight. They decide to make no adjustments on the car, however. This will be a two-tire right side stop for Jeff Gordon. His teammate Jimmy Johnson in front of him. Left side tires for Jimmy Johnson. A little loose in. They make an air pressure adjustment, trying to tighten that car up. Bill? Dale Earnhardt Jr. at a very odd angle, but his car looks legal in that pit stall. Cars having to go around him, including Buckshot Jones, who's now at a bad angle in his pit stall. Jr.'s going to have to back up. He's going to maybe block traffic, try and work his way out. That was ugly.
Man, Junior cannot catch any kind of break today. He has trouble getting in his pit box, and now couldn't get out. Had to be backed up. He's going to lose the draft again with the lead cars.
Mike Skinner. He was just coming off pit road. Something happened to him when he left. Championship leaders in, Dave.
Right side tires for him, Alan. No chassis adjustments, no air pressure adjustments talked about. Matt likes the way the car is handling. Just a little bit worried about guys getting around the lap cars not in line. That was his only concern on the track. Bill?
Michael Waltrip and Ryan Newman came down pit road together. The crew chiefs talked it over. It's left sides for Waltrip. It's also left sides for Ryan Newman, who is 2 pit stalls in front of him. The tear off from the windshield, full load of fuel. The 15's on its way, and so is the 12.
Kurt Busch was also on and off pit road. Jason Keller, Joe Nemechek on and off the pit lane. Rusty Wallace is still the leader. Here he comes to pit road for his stop. That'll put Kevin Harvick out in front, followed by Ricky Rudd and Robbie Gordon. Wallace is in, Dave.
Right side tires for him. No adjustments for him as well. Fill that fuel cell full of fuel. Rusty happy with the way the car is handling. And remember, we talked about yesterday, he was able to run through the pack. Matt?
Dave, they're going to make a wedge adjustment on Terry Labonte's Chevrolet, and also you see about a hard 2 or 3 crates there. They clean off the grill. Left side work done.
Stepped in front of that car to clean it off just as he was getting ready to go, huh? Mike Skinner's been back in. Bill?
He was back in. They worked on the left front wheel well. Damage he got. Looked like he must have hit the 8 car when he was trying to get out. Waiting right now for Ryan Newman maybe to come down pit road. Thinks he has a tire going down.
Ryan Newman, really, he was just in for his stop, so must have picked up something when he left. Here was Kevin Harvick, who took over the lead. Yeah, there it is.
The tire, don't worry about fixing it now until we catch the yellow. If it's going to get into the tire, then we got to fix it now.
That's coming off turn 4. All right, Matt.
And the 29 is in. Right side work on Kevin Harvick Chevrolet. Going to try to do a little bit of work on that car. Mark Martin also in. They top him off.
Dave Blaney, Jeff Burton, Ricky Rudd also pitting there. There's Newman.
They changed left sides. Guess what? Have a right side go flat.
And Michael Waltrip had pitted with Newman.
The inner liner just blew out.
Yeah. Buckshot Jones. Tire down.
And we can see just how much damage those blown tires can do. And there's some debris. There will be a caution flag.
You know, I wonder if these guys are blowing these tires because they're not changing right sides and they're locking up the right fronts going in the pits.
Good point. Coming down.
Caution's out.
Caution is out. Caution is out. May have split it, Bobby, and flat spotted it.
There you go. Exactly what you were talking about, Wally.
Robbie Gordon was the leader. He is on pit road as the caution comes out.
Did he miss his pit?
Yes. He did, and he backed up into it. But Robbie Gordon was the leader when the caution came out. So here comes the first test of sorting out how they run and where they run. As Jeff Gordon brings the rest of the pack.
I think Jeff Gordon's going to still be the leader. How about about that. Stop, get your pit stop, change tires, and still be the leader.
The word for NASCAR is Robbie Gordon is the leader. They will put the pace car in front of him.
Well, but
he hadn't pitted.
He had not pitted, and when the caution flag came out, all those other cars slowed down, and he had the same. He had to back up, but basically while they slowed down, that gave him an advantage.
Well, that'll be the first instance to go back and study as they, for applying the rule over the weeks is how that played out.
Now it looks like Kenny Schrader is going to be the lucky dog. Earnhardt Jr.'s pit stop, boxed in the pits.
Cost him, yeah.
Cost him because now Schrader, the first car, 1 lap down.
Lucky dog gets a whole lap.
Lucky dog, you.
He'll take it.
Yes, he will.
So Robbie Gordon, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Elliott Sadler, Mark Martin, Dave Blaney, Kenny Wallace, Ricky Rudd, Kevin Harvick, Bill Elliott. That is how we see the top 10 at this point. 27 cars on the lead lap. By the way, Bobby Labonte did manage to stay on the lead lap after his pit stop. Caution probably helped him there. And the pit road is going to be open here for the lead lap cars. Let's see if there's any takers. They were all just in. Yeah. I think seeing all those tires go down, I'm not sure if I wouldn't come in and change the other ones, too.
Here comes Robbie Gordon, the leader, right back in to change the other side.
Is that Mark Martin feeling in?
I think that's pretty good strategy.
Yeah, it looks like Mark and Kenny Wallace. And Ricky Rudd.
See if they change right sides. No, looks like they're just putting fuel in some of those cars. Right side's on the 20.
Okay, Bill.
Wonder if they had problems on that left front earlier.
We're 2 cars in, Matt.
4 tire change, Benny. The car is tight. They did fix that damage to the left front on the previous stop. They didn't take on any tires. They're going to work a little more on the nose of the car because they feel like that maybe he is getting a little bit of other aerodynamic damage there, so they're going to try to work on that.
See if they're working on the car.
And that's a good move. Just as good as that car was.
Good shape. We ain't got nothing to lose now.
And check this out. See the tire mark on the door? That's how close they're getting out there. See where it's revved up against the left.
Let's go. That's good there. No problems on the right side are the key.
So we're under caution for just the second time in the EA Sports 500 for debris on the racetrack. And Jeff Gordon will now be the leader.
To try out Banquet's new resealable bag for our boneless chicken tenders, we asked Bobby Labonte to take it for a test drive. Man, this bag can really handle. For race time or any time, get all the great tasting Banquet chicken you want when you want it with our new easy to drive resealable bag.
Hey, Bobby, can I take it for a spin?
You can always bank on Banquet.
Coming October 13th on GoArmy.com.
Okay, so we picked out the TV, the surround sound, and you already have the DVD player. Right. Okay, so my home theater question to you is this. Do you have a movie where stuff blows up?
It's all here. Circuit City has all your favorite DVDs, all at great low prices. And we're the first place to go for new releases every Tuesday. Stop by Circuit City this Tuesday and pick up Too Fast, Too Furious on DVD for just $15.99. Circuit City, we're with you.
Dale. Go to Napa. Use top quality auto parts. Get expert advice at Napa, Dale.
Hey, how are you doing that?
What's that, bud?
The voices in my head talking about Napa.
You can hear them too? What are they saying now?
They're saying,
Michael is the greatest driver ever.
man, now I know you're doing that.
Napa, get the good stuff.
You wanted banking, you got it. Faster, steeper, more exciting. Homestead Miami Speedway is raising the turns from 6 to 20 degrees. Don't miss the first race ever on the new 20-degree banking Ford Championship Weekend. For tickets, call 305-230-RACE or visit homesteadmiamispeedway.com.
A sunny, breezy afternoon in Talladega, Alabama, and 150,000 of your closest friends looking down under caution in the EA Sports 500. A lot of work going on along pit road. Dale Earnhardt Jr. talking to his crew as he's back out on the track. You can see they have completed some repairs to the nose of that car. Under caution, it was an outstanding ballet. They ripped the screen off. They go to work with the piece that they had molded behind the pit cart on pit road. They pop, rivet it in place, get it all properly adjusted, then make sure everything is set on the nose of the car. After this portion of the work was done, Tony Eury Jr., the car chief, who normally doesn't go over the wall, and had put on a helmet and the necessary safety equipment to go over the wall to do this work, told all his guys, we're done here, everybody get back over the wall, then gas the car. They wanted to make sure they didn't have too many men over the wall. They did an outstanding job working on that car. Now, here's what we're going to watch now. We know how good this car is to start off with. Let's see how good it's going to be now.
You're right, Bill. They did a very nice job on the grill of that car.
And I think the car's going to be good. I think they've helped that car tremendously.
Well, he's got to get back in position to get the Lucky Dog pass and get back on the lead lap first. Update our Coca-Cola Racing family standings. Ricky Rudd up in 5th. Kevin Harvick 6th. Kurt Busch also in the top 10. None of them stopped under this caution flag. Dale Jarrett, Bill Elliott, Jeff Burton, Bobby Labonte, all on the lead lap. 28 cars on the lead lap, so Bobby is in there. 20 stop?
Yeah, the damage is pretty severe to the 00 car taken behind the wall. What, Tony Stewart?
Yeah, Tony I think he did. I thought I saw them put right sides on, maybe 4. The cars who pitted under the caution: Bill Elliott, Robbie Gordon, Kenny Wallace, John Andretti, Tony Stewart, Michael Waltrip, Ward Burton, Mike Wallace, Dale Jarrett, Terry Labonte, Mark Martin, Jamie McClory, Jeff Burton, Ricky Craven. Those are the lead lap cars that pitted under the caution. Jeff Gordon did not, and he holds on to the top spot.
And boy, it takes these cars a long time to get going. Here's Junior driving to the end, diving to the inside already, trying to get back up front.
That repair is definitely going to help the straightaway speed.
Yes. Probably up to quarter speed as well, because the car's going to be more aerodynamically balanced.
So all these cars that are at the head of the line right now did not hit under the caution. Whoa! Watch that yellow line, Junior. Don't get down there. Remember, if you cross that yellow line to advance your position, you're considered out of bounds and you're penalized.
But where he did it, it's worse. You can crash. When you get down on that apron going into turn 3 like that, it really, really upsets the car.
It doesn't like that. The car becomes angry.
Both Junior and Joe Nemechek are being warned by NASCAR. Junior for flirting with that yellow line and Nemechek for blocking. Nemechek, Junior, and Jason Keller in the DEI 1 car, the Pennzoil machine, are now the first 3 cars not on the lead lap, and they're racing for the Lucky Dog pass. And they're right together right there.
I think Junior seems to understand that. He's very aggressive right now, trying to get up in that position. Bill, what do you think?
You're exactly right, BT. I was just going to say, I can't see the whole race, but I can certainly hear what he's saying. And you can hear just by his voice, even before they went back to green, he knows exactly the situation he's in and what he has to do.
So right now what he has to do, Bill, is pass that yellow car in front of him.
And that's why I like this kid, because now the cars that are lap down have to race hard.
If Earnhardt's the lucky dog, you ought to do that poll again and see how the fans vote this time.
You're right, Bill.
Whoa, he's hugging that yellow line, isn't he?
Oh, he is. He wanted to get underneath that 1 car and do exactly what he's doing. Blow by him down the backstretch.
Got Nemechek behind him.
It's a tough spot for Jason Keller there. Ladies and gentlemen.
First one lap down. Just be careful that yellow line. It's 25 bringing you down there because it's 5 over here yelling at me about something. They wanted to warn both you and the 25, your single file.
That's Ty Norris, the spotter for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Cue the duck.
All right.
Our Aflac NASCAR Winston Cup trivia question. The only driver to sweep Talladega NASCAR Winston Cup races in the same year more than once.
Buddy Baker.
No?
No.
I'll give you a hint. He's related to the guy trying to do it again.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., yeah. Dale Earnhardt.
1990 and 1999. Dale Earnhardt did it. Pete Hamilton, 1970. Buddy Baker, 75. Darrell Waltrip, 82. And Dale Jr., 2002 are the drivers that have swept Talladega races in a season. Jr. will back it up if he can win today. And at this point, it's not out of the question.
You know, we talk about how much damage hurts these cars. There's a prime example how now that 8 car is so much faster, now they just fixed that little bit of damage on the nose.
Well, he's where he needs to be right now. He's the first car not on the lead lap in 29th position. The 25 car right behind him is his closest challenger for that spot. So he and Joe Nemechek are going to have to really race hard for that and see what happens if the caution comes out. Up front, it's Jeff Gordon leading, Jimmy Johnson second, Elliott Sadler third, Ricky Rudd fourth. And after that, it's kind of a you pick 'em.
Yeah.
Kenny Wallace was 5th last lap by. That's him in the orange and yellow car scraping the wall.
I don't think he's going to be 5th this time because it looks like 5 or 6 cars been able to get by him. If he's up there on the outside, now he's finally got a car pulling in behind him, but he's up there really by himself. Kenny just went back to 8th that time.
Seeing that high line is as fast if they're 3 abreast.
Yeah.
Yes. Funny, went around the garage area this morning talking to different crew chiefs and drivers and asking them if they noticed any tendency like that. And usually the high line here in Talladega goes. And a lot of folks were saying that just didn't seem to be that way in practice.
Go ahead, Walt. I was just going to say, it just seems like the middle line is fast. The guys are running in the middle. And that's usually the high line. But now that these cars are 3 abreast, way up top, it just doesn't seem like it's getting it done.
What about the 12 car, Bill? What's the story on him?
Benny, when he was coming down pit road, he said he wanted his crew to check the right side tires because they felt a little funny. They only changed lefts. They looked at the rights, never really got a communication back and forth as to whether it was okay or not when he took off. When he got back out on the track, that's when the right front went. That caused him to have to limp back to pit road and knock him off the lead lap.
But the thing is, it's pretty hard to look at rights when a car's sitting on the ground.
And so Ryan Newman is now a lap down in 32nd place. And he's trying to get up there and get around Earnhardt Jr. and see if he can be the lucky dog.
All right, battle for the lead.
No, that's not.
That's Skinner.
Yeah, and Skinner is 2 laps down. So he's trying to get one of them back from Jeff Gordon. He's not even in position to be the lucky dog at this point.
And he's passing the leader. How unlucky is that?
Yeah, no kidding.
But I tell you what, he might be bringing that 29 car to the front. Once again, that outside line, you get them 2 by 2. It seems to work well.
Kevin Harvick in Skinner's wake.
And Harvick will probably dump Skinner as soon as he can.
Yeah.
Harvick to the lead in the 29 car.
There you go. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. Come on, Elliot. Let's go buy that 01 car. Boy, vicious game we play.
Third time today Harvick has led, but it will only be the third lap that he's led. Exchange of pit stops has been his time out in front. Harvick leads. Elliott Sadler is second. Jeff Gordon now third. Kurt Busch leading the pile for fourth on back. Just past halfway in the EA Sports 500 at Talladega.
I'm loving it. Is this the place to eat? Since I don't cook, I'll just rock to the beat. I'm loving it. Sometimes we have mishaps. You just overcome and adapt to setbacks. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Move your feet, rock to the beat. Hungry for the music, I'm loving it. You know you're my world. How could I mind love taps from my girl?
McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Meet rookie Jamie McMurray and this.
It's 800 horsepower V8 monster protected by Haviland motor oil. Because Haviland can handle this much power.
Even if your TV can't. Haviland. Sorry.
Stronger. More comfortable. Guaranteed. Wrangler 5-star premium quality denim. Wrangler. Real comfortable jeans.
So I got tickets to the game tomorrow night. I wasn't sure if you wanted to go.
Well, it doesn't sound like you want me to go.
What? Of course I want you to go. I just thought maybe, with the crowd and all that.
You'd probably have a better time with Gary.
Gary? No.
Why don't you ask Gary? And we'll hook up on Saturday.
Okay. If you're sure.
I'm sure.
Okay, bye-bye. You're in.
Yes!
Well, when I got hurt and missed work, glad I had supplemental insurance.
Supplemental insurance? What's that?
Aflac. Well, even best insurance doesn't give you cash to cover things like lost pay, other expenses. This does.
What does?
Aflac. Shouldn't ask about it at work.
Really? And what's it called?
Aflac!
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Aflac.
Light, airy cones of crispy corn. There's no such thing as too many bugles. Bugles. More is better.
Hold on to your hat as the NASCAR Twister hits Kansas. Saturday, 2 Eastern, Busch Series Racing presented by Midas. Sunday, 12:30 Eastern, the Banquet 400 presented by Conagra Foods. Jeff Gordon's the defending champ, but nothing's a sure thing at the track that'll blow you away. NASCAR next weekend, NBC.
NBC Sports live at the world's fastest speedway in Talladega, Alabama. The 195-mile-an-hour drama of restrictor plate racing playing out before some 150,000 fans on a beautiful Alabama day. Jeff Gordon is the leader. Jimmy Johnson is second. Kevin Harvick is third. But all those positions are changing rapidly.
Just a couple of laps ago, Jeff Gordon and the 29 car, Kevin Harvick, came off turn 4. Harvick moves up, Gordon goes down, gets a spot, and all of a sudden, watch this. Damn, wow. I wonder what that was all about.
Harvick racing Jeff Gordon.
And this is live. This is not.
And that's for the lead. Harvick out in front.
Now, I think that's why NASCAR changed its rule to see that.
Yeah. Here comes Jimmy Johnson through Gordon for second. That's Kurt Busch up on the high line, trying to charge around the top side. Ooh, big wiggle there for McMurray, but he hung on.
And there's another guy we talked about earlier. They took the time to fix that car, and he's right back where he was earlier before the damage, the 42 car of Jamie McMurray.
Our Lowe's Improvers and Snoozers, who have moved up and back from the start of the race. The Roush cars, Busch and Kenseth, plus Kevin Harvick. And those who are kind of struggling today on the snoozer side, Sterling Marlin just went to the garage seconds ago during the break. Looks like the engine is gone on his machine. Buckshot Jones, we saw the damage on his car that brought out that last caution. He is also retired from the race.
Jeremy Mayfield was back on the racetrack.
He is.
And I saw him make a pit stop at green flag stop just a moment ago, but he's now 81 laps down. Jimmy Johnston's gone to the front in the 48 car.
Yep. Talking about Mayfield there, VP, just if you're just joining us, involved in a crash at lap 10 when he cut down a left rear tire and took Johnny Benson, Larry Foyt, and Jimmy Spencer with him. 42 car, Jamie McMurray still in the thick of it, Matt.
Those two huge pieces of paper really helped McMurray's car. He says the car is very comfortable now. His only concern, he asked, is crew chief Donnie Wingo. The water is 230. How much higher can it go, or should I really be worried? He says, just don't let it go too much higher than 230. Dip out, get some fresh air. That's what he's been doing.
New leader, Elliott Sadler out in front. Talked about Sterling Marlin going to the garage. Marty?
It's a hole in the radiator, Alan. What put the hole there, Sterling?
It got hot. Swelled the radiator up and busted. We run hot yesterday and kind of kept on all day. Run 240, 250, and we got in that big pack, and it got up over 250 and looked down. About 260, and it split the radiator. And you hate it for all the guys. Got Spam Truck really built a fine car here, and Ernie's bunch worked on the motors hard, and you know, the one race Coors Light at us, but just wouldn't be today.
Under the new rules, how's the racing been, Sterling?
Not much better. Put the Wickers back on and we're going to pass.
There you go. That's the verdict from Sterling Marlin. It is a terminal problem. They are done for the day, Alan.
And what Sterling's referring to is the rules package of a few years ago where they had that big metal strip across the roof of the cars that caused the great closing rates and multiple lead changes in races here in Daytona. Removed because the driver said at that time the closing rates were too quickly. Now we're starting to hear a lot of drivers say, no, put them back on.
We heard one of them just say that, Sterling Marlin.
That's the difference between the total lead changes in the race and the ones that have happened on the track, not because of pit stops, the green flag pit stops. So 12 changes for the lead on the track out of the 22 that have been total in the race.
I was going, wow, the 29 car going backwards.
Yeah, I wonder what, I mean, the 29 car picked up a big-time push or what, because maybe just got shuffled. I don't know, but it looks like he's struggling right now. Or the 77 car, that is a Dodge. You're not seeing things. Normally a Ford, but, you know, they get their engines from the Jasper Penske folks, and they, you know, they have a good restrictor plate program, but they spend a lot of time on that Dodge engine, not too much on the Ford, so they build a Dodge to come down here.
That just can't be comfortable being in the middle of one of those packs like that.
No. I wouldn't think so.
Being the middle guy. You know, something else we got going on here right now is the race for the Lucky Dog Pass. Earnhardt Jr., you see him there in the 8. Ryan Newman, Joe Nemechek, Greg Biffle. They're all kind of in the vicinity. Racing to be that first car not on the lead lap.
And see, these guys aren't here. Where they want to be is they want to be in that first 5 or 6 car group, single file. And you want to get all the racing behind you. Right now, you're just trying to fight your way through like Junior. You know, you're always looking for the line that's going to work with you, and you're also looking for the car that's going to help pull you to the front. But when you get back there and it's 3 wide, you just can't go anywhere.
Adding frustration to the tension. Jamie McMurray. The 01 car, Mike Skinner. Just a reminder, he had to pit twice a little bit earlier in the race, lap 84, and then again at lap 87, and those were under green. So that's why he's not in the mix for the Lucky Dog Pass. Skinner is, in fact, the first car 2 laps down in 33rd place.
My guess is that he flat spotted a tire coming in. We saw him when he came down pit road. My guess is he slid a tire, flat spotted, and had to come back in.
Wow. Jeff putting a block on the 42 car. Jamie McMurray
trying to hang on to 3rd spot, which he does. Elliott Elliott Sadler is the leader. We've just completed 300 miles, and Casey Mears has popped up on a line. Dave?
He radioed in that his gauges were going crazy. He thinks it's going to blow up. They said, bring it in, bring it to us. He smoked real bad the last time coming through the trioval, guys.
Well, that's two. That's the team car to Sterling Marlin that we just heard from. Who overheated
down, it wouldn't go at all. It was starting to blow up.
Was he complaining of water temperature problems, Dave?
Well, I was listening for that, and they said, what about the water? And he said the water's dropping. So, you know, I mean, a drop in temperature would be good, but I think that the pressure was...
No, Dave, that's bad.
Oh, that's bad.
If it drops fast, that means he's out of water.
It doesn't have any water, that's right. There's nothing to gauge.
You drivers know what all those gauges are supposed to tell you. Elliott Sadler leads just past 300 miles in the EA Sports 500 at Talladega. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
With over 680 consecutive starts, they call me the Iron Man. The Ford F-Series is a truck that deserves that title.
That's why we say it's built Ford tough, with power and payload that's made it America's best-selling truck for 26 straight years.
Man, no wonder it's the official truck of NASCAR.
Catch the Ford 300 and Ford 400 on NBC November 15th and 16th at Homestead Miami Speedway. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again, only at your local Ford store.
To try out Banquet's new resealable bag for our boneless chicken tenders, we asked Bobby Labonte to take it for a test drive. Man, this bag can really handle. For race time or any time, get all the great-tasting Banquet chicken you want when you want it with our new easy-to-drive resealable bag.
Hey, Bobby, can I take it for a spin?
You can always bank on Banquet.
If you've never spent hours trying to shave seconds, never felt like the head of a comet, never ridden in circles to reach a destination, get out of the way. The all-new Suzuki GSX-R 1000.
So this is the living room, plasma TV,
The awesome sound system!
toast, the hot tub, the grill. Oh yeah, did I mention the driveway?
Check out Visa.com to learn how you and 3 friends could win the ultimate NASCAR experience. Stay in a luxury RV, get a hot lap with Rusty Wallace or Kurt Busch, and tour the pits. Visa, if you love NASCAR...
These are my neighbors.
They're kind of noisy. It's everywhere you want to be.
We run with a fast crowd, a tough crowd.
More like a mob.
43 asphalt warriors.
Guys with one motto.
What goes around, comes around. Eye for an eye, finger for a finger. Paybacks are a promise. Races end.
Rivalries don't.
You got a nice ride there. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to it.
Careful who you mess with, because now the pack doesn't forget. NASCAR Thunder 2004, rated E for everyone. EA Sports.
It's in the game.
At the center of a mystery.
Is there no one in the venerable law firm of Lyon, LaCrosse, and Levine familiar with obstruction of justice?
There's a new man in power.
It was a setup.
For what? And he's about to change the rules. What are you afraid of?
Nothing.
Rob Lowe.
I accept the position.
He's in The Lion's Den. Premieres tonight, 9 Central on NBC.
NBC Sports live in Talladega, Alabama with the EA Sports 500. Things getting a little bit intense.
Yeah, this is the kind of race where you stop being so nice to your neighbor.
There have been some people being not so nice to their neighbors in this last couple of laps around. Elliott Sadler's enjoying the view at the front, though. He's been out in front since taking over at lap 109, 9 laps ago. Jimmy Johnson second, Jeff Gordon third, Rusty Wallace fourth, and now Michael Waltrip fifth, with Matt Kenseth right in the mix there for that spot as well, though Matt getting shuffled back here by his teammate Kurt Busch.
Ricky Craven also involved, the 32 car, and Kenseth has no help. They didn't get hooked up with Michael Waltrip there.
Now, talked about some people not being so nice to each other. This was on the backstretch a couple laps ago. Watch top right of the screen. Kenny Wallace pulls out to try and pass Mark Martin. Mark with a little half of a feint there. Yeah. Kenny flirting with that yellow line. NASCAR initially posted Kenny's number to black flag and then took it down, and they're apparently still talking it over. And then this stuff.
Watch the 42 and Schrader.
Oh, and Schrader in the 0-1 car, Skinner getting it together.
Kenseth and Michael Waltrip, and that was the big wreck, and just nobody crashed.
I think they wrecked. They didn't hit anything.
Update from NASCAR, they have not penalized Kenny Wallace because he dropped back behind Mark Martin a lap later and fixed it himself.
Right.
Good job, Kenny. Better to do that on the racetrack than to lose a lap on the penalty.
Because then that penalty would have been 2 laps because he would have had to come down pit road to observe the penalty. He would have been speeding down pit road.
Yeah.
Had to go back on the racetrack, had to come back to be penalized for speeding, and yeah.
26 cars on the lead lap, all in that pack you're looking at. Every one of them. Plus most all the lap cars that are left in the race. Matter of fact, there are only 3 cars on the speedway that are not in that group. Matt Kenseth, Michael Waltrip, Rusty Wallace, racing for 4th place.
Marty, what about the 48-24? What's their strategy?
Well, their strategy is they're going to come down in about 4 or 5 laps, BP, but you guys talked about it becoming time to become intense on the racetrack, even a little tense between teammates.
Jimmy, I gave him that one. I can't give him the next one if these guys are up my butt like that. You got to be careful. No reason to pass right now. Just stay in line. Jimmy, Jeff said if you can, just try to stay in line. I know you're trying to breathe it a little bit, but he said he's got these guys pushing you behind. Sure, no problem. I was trying to get a pass on with what you've given me, so I'll just sit tight.
Jimmy came down and blocked his teammate, Jeff Gordon. Jeff did not like it. As you heard on the radio conversation, he said, I gave you that one. I won't give you the next one.
Yeah, we just got to work together.
Don't make your teammate mad. That's the only friend you got out there.
Matt Kenseth, rim riding around Michael Waltrip and Jeff Gordon.
But who's going to help him? Junior's not going. Oh, my goodness.
Contact there. Kenseth going to lose all kinds of spots after lifting off the gas.
Dave, what's up with the 17?
BP, he thinks he has a flat left rear tire. He just radioed it in.
Oh, man.
And that could be the first chink in the championship armor we've seen on Matt Kenseth this entire season. His worst finish so far this year, 22nd. He's off the pace in the backstretch.
Yeah.
You see the Goodyear lettering is rubbed off the side of that tire, apparently from where he and Michael Waltrip made contact.
Schrader just made a pit stop for 49 car.
You know what? This might not hurt Kenseth that bad because we're coming up to a set of pit stops here. There are guys dropping off the track onto pit road.
Here we see the contact between Michael Waltrip. There we saw the smoke from the tires making contact with a 15 car. Marty, 48 coming to you.
Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson both on pit road, 2nd and 3rd. Left side tires for Gordon, right side for Jimmy Johnson. Packet full of fuel. They leave at the same time, Dave.
Matt Kenseth is already gone. Left side tires for him. The crew checking now to see the valve stems are both up, but the tire damage from the contact. They were going to pit in about 4 laps, so Alan, you're about right. They all have to pit one more time today anyway. They should be okay.
It's just not going to hurt him all that badly if he can get up to speed with these cars leaving pit road ahead of him.
Well, that's the problem. I don't think he can, Alan. We'll see how it all shakes out, but...
How about Elliott Sadler, Matty?
Raymond Fox was trying to work a deal with Donnie Wingo to pit at the same time, but Wingo wanted to go a few more laps, so they did come with the 24 in those guys. They made left side tire change in the 38 of Elliott Sadler.
Okay. 64 laps to go, so everybody is going to have to pit once more. Here's Ward Burton in. Matty?
Right side tire change for Ward Burton. Not completely happy with his race car. As they're waving, go, 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 they've got her full.
How about Bobby Labonte, Dave?
For the first time today, a 2-tire change for Bobby Labonte, 2 right side tires for him.
Leader was Michael Waltrip. Now it's Kurt Busch. And some more cars heading for pit road. Waltrip is in. Brian Newman is also in there pitting. Mike Skinner's coming in. Jason Keller's pitting. And Bill, here comes Michael Waltrip.
Alan said he couldn't see a thing. He goes, I don't know why I ran into that guy in front of me, so they're going to go ahead and take a tearaway off the windshield, give him right side tires. His crew chief, Slugger Labby, says the car is just junk, but we still got a shot to win this thing. Right side tires going on, the fuel going in. Meanwhile, in front of him, Brian Newman getting his fuel, and now he's on his way too.
You hear what a difficult time these guys have getting away from the pit stall.
Very tall first gears in these cars. Very, very tall. So you got to be careful when you leave pits. You don't snap an axle. Used to see that a lot, especially when you change just one side of the tires, because one right rear is hot and sticky and the other one's not. So
Kurt Busch gives up the lead, comes to pit road. Tony Stewart is also in, along with a few others. Marty.
Alan, what an outstanding run for the team. Started 39th today. The tire wear has been excellent. He wants a clean windshield, right side tires, and that will be it. They pack it full of fuel, Matt.
An easy entry for Jimmy McMurray so that he wouldn't slide. Those tires only going for right side tires. Mongo, Mike Butler packing that fuel cell full of fuel as Tony Stewart and Dale Jarrett swing on by.
I'll tell you what, if they were to make those pads concrete, that would snap an axle when you rev that thing up and drop the clutch. But on the asphalt, the rear tires will slip.
Jason Jarrett, Kenny Wallace, Jamie McMurray pitting. Jason Jarrett's going to get black flag for being too fast entering pit road. Now another group of cars coming to the entry to the pit lane. Jeff Burton is in. Dale Jr. And about 6 others. Matty?
And the 99 of Jeff Burton in, looking for his second restrictor plate victory. Going to work. Right sides only at this juncture, Bill.
It's right sides also for the 80. Slid the tires coming on the pit road according to his spotter, but Junior jumped on the radio, said rights only. Wanted to come in with the 99 and the 16. He's got everybody behind him as they leave. Dave.
Rights only for Bill Elliott, full of fuel.
Kevin Harvick also pitting. Mike Wallace, Joe Nemechek, and Terry Labonte in that group of cars leaving the pit lane. You will see the cars who've already stopped coming by them now at race speed as Junior and the rest of these guys and Harvick struggle to get up to speed and blend in with that draft. Robbie Gordon took over the lead when those other guys pitted. Now here he comes onto the pit lane. Matty?
And Mark Martin's guys only going to go for right side tires at this point as he pulls in easy to his pit box. They pull a tearaway off. Earlier they hadn't fixed a hinge on the hood. Bill?
Matt, it's right side tires for Robbie Gordon in the 31. They drop the jack weight on the fuel. He heads out, followed down pit road by the 21 and the 6 of Martin.
And so Ricky Rudd leaving, along with Robbie Gordon and Mark Martin and John Andretti. And here come Jeff Gordon and the other guys that have already pitted. Jimmy Johnson going to lead them as you see them overtaking them in that outside lane. So of the cars that have stopped, matter of fact, I think we just finished the pit stop cycle, so that's going to put Jimmy Johnson there back into the lead. Jeff Gordon second, Elliott Sadler third, Kurt Busch fourth, and Dale Jarrett up to fifth after his pit stop. So farthest to the 4 I can recall DJ being today.
So Elliott Sadler, DJ, teammates could work together. Also got teammates running 1 and 2.
And checking on the Lucky Dog pass, there's Dale Jr. You just saw drop into line. He is again now the first car not on the lead lap. If a caution comes out, he gets the free pass past the pace car. He is racing with Greg Biffle for that spot. That's Biffle in the 16, right behind Junior. He's been in that position for some time, but has not been the lucky dog because the caution hasn't come out for him.
Off the screen, the updated running order of these cars. Bobby Labonte got himself in position.
Different drivers have led today, almost the most this season. Talladega and Pocono had 16 earlier in the year, the April race here at the world's fastest speedway. How about Dale Jarrett, Marty?
It's been an interesting day for the 88 Von Challenge. For about 30 minutes, DJ had no communication with his spotter, Bob Jeffers. They thought it was the radio that Bob had. Turned out it's the radio in DJ's car. Either the antenna on the roof or the connection to that antenna has broken. DJ had to switch to the backup radio, which has an antenna on the door, and then he could hear his spotter. Wally, I could not imagine driving this racetrack without the assistance of a spotter. That would be unbelievable.
Yes, that would be pretty difficult. You know, you don't rely on your spotter 100%, obviously, here, but they are a big, big, big help at a racetrack like this. So, plus you can't, you know, it's hard to communicate with the team or anything. Very difficult. We really rely on those radios more than we think.
Dale Racing with his son, Jason, in the field today for his first NASCAR Winston Cup start. Just the second time they've run in a race together. They ran a NASCAR Busch Series race in Charlotte a couple of years ago. 350 miles complete.
Hey, Tony, congratulations on your NASCAR championship.
Hey, Lance, great job winning 4 straight Tour de France titles. By the way, is it true that you shave your legs before a race?
Sure, makes me faster.
Less wind resistance?
Actually, no. Shaving your legs stimulates nerve endings under the skin. That activates neurons in the brain, creating a surge of adrenaline. So you're faster.
Really? Let's do Petty next.
Yeah.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's the muscle you need to whip your yard back into shape. It's having lawn and garden's most powerful names at your side, like John Deere, Honda, and Toro. And right now, when you purchase a Toro Super Blower Vac, a powerful vacuum blower and leaf shredder all in one, you'll get a free $10 Home Depot gift card. It's the guaranteed low price every day. It's making quick work of all this fall's yard work. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Relax, we got supplemental insurance.
What are you talking about?
If we get injured and miss work, we're covered for things like lost pay and other expenses with them.
With what?
Plus, they pay you cash. Great, huh?
Who does? Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Hello, ladies.
Hey.
Trying to eat smarter? Well, Wendy's has a better way.
That looks good.
It is? Rich and meaty chili, a fresh side salad with fat-free French, and a plain baked potato, each just 99 cents.
Lunch? Yeah, and it only has 8 grams of fat.
Super. Now do you tell them your lunch has only 5 grams of fat? Sure. Speak up. Wendy's 99-cent super value menu. It's better here. And remember, you can eat great even late.
Okay, so we've picked out the TV, the surround sound, and you already have the DVD player. Right. Okay, so my home theater question to you is this. Do you have a movie where stuff blows up?
It's all here. Circuit City has all your favorite DVDs, all at great low prices. And we're the first place to go for new releases every Tuesday. Stop by Circuit City this Tuesday and pick up Too Fast, Too Furious on DVD for just $15.99. Circuit City, we're with you.
NBC Tonight.
1, 2, 3,
Well, the American Idol Kelly Clarkson is on the new season of American Dream. NBC Tonight.
Freedom of speech. Exercised all race long. Log on to America Online or NASCAR.com and get track pads. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR.
NBC Sports at the Talladega Superspeedway, where the EA Sports 500 has just crossed the 350-mile mark. Jimmy Johnson is the race leader. 26 cars on the lead lap. So far today, most of the caution, well, there have only been 2 caution flags. One was for a 4-car wreck. The other was for debris. The big one has not happened yet.
And hopefully will not happen.
They've tried a couple times.
Well, they tried. They just tried that last lap when they turned 3.
But it hadn't happened. Matt Kenseth, the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship leader. Remember, he bounced off Michael Waltrip and had to come to the pit road. About, 2/3 of a lap, Dave, he was kind of off the pace, limping around with a left rear tire that was going down. He's in 21st place now.
And Alan, I checked with the crew on that to make sure that the left rear fender wheel well area was not severely damaged. Really nothing that affects the car right now. And interestingly, just before that, he had said to the crew, hey, I don't care what you do to the car, it's handling great. And apparently, it still is. Alan?
He's hooked up in a little draft there with Mark Martin and Jason Keller and Ken Schrader and so on. If they can stay in line, it's going to be tough, but they might be able to make some ground on that lead group. They're about a half a straightaway behind.
Well, right now they're 7 seconds behind. We will try to follow and see if they are gaining impact. How about Mark Martin, Marty?
Having a decent run, trying to get his teammate to help push him to the front there, Benny. You know, NASCAR's modern era, there have been 3 caution-free races here at Talladega, the first of which happened in May of 1997. That day, guess who? Mark Martin blistered the field, starting 18th, leading 47 laps and setting a record that still stands today, the fastest 500-mile race in NASCAR history. That day, the 43 cars covered 500 miles in 2 hours, 39 minutes, and 18 seconds for an average speed of, better than 188 miles an hour. And in victory lane, Mark Martin's Ford. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
Mark Martin on the lead lap in 20th place. Up front, Jamie McMurray with a push. Try to get through to second spot. Here comes Dale Jr. jumping up in front of Jeff Ford. Michael Waltrip pushing Elliott Sadler. It's getting intense.
I know Jimmy Johnson does not want to see that 24 car disappear in his mirror.
No.
He'd rather have his teammate right there. And I know Elliott Sadler in that 38 car is looking for the 88 car, Dale Jarrett. He'd like to see him in his mirror. You just feel a lot better when your teammate's behind you.
Dale's kind of getting shuffled back in that inside lane. That's him way at the bottom of the screen. 5 stories tall, the banking here at Talladega, 33 degrees. It's unbelievably imposing when you get out there and you look at that racetrack close up. Little Debbie lap leaders today. Jeff Gordon has been out in front more than anyone else, more than twice as much as anyone else.
But he's losing spots one after the other now. He lost 5 positions the last lap.
Well, he was up in that outside lane there, BP, and I think he needs to get down the middle or the bottom.
Ricky Rudd off the pace. Dave?
They believe that when he came in for his last pit stop, guys, when he was upshifting coming onto pit lane, that they dropped the cylinder. And then we left pit lane. It just sounded terrible. It was great up until that time. And now he just radioed in, guys, you want me to keep going? Because she's going to blow up. And they said, well, just ride it around.
Bring it to the garage, Ricky. Bring it to the garage.
Pat Tryson, the crew chief. NASCAR just told Ricky he's no longer meeting the minimum speed. Look at this, Michael Waltrip. By Elliott Sadler, now looking for a way around Jimmy Johnson for the race lead. And look who's coming up behind him to try and help. Dale Jr. Jr. not on the lead lap, but trying to stay at the front of the pack. If he gets a caution to get the free pass. See that piece of bare metal, his crew making some repairs to his car. Junior involved in an incident on pit road back at lap 10. Limped around for a long time. Finally, under a caution, the crew able to make some repairs.
Tell you what, I thought Michael had a great run going on those guys, but somehow he got beside the throttle and stalled, and
Earnhardt got a little bit loose there.
you hear the engines don't change tones because these guys do not have to back off the throttle unless something happens in front of them. If someone gets loose or whatever, they will ease off the throttle. But 90% of the time they run around this racetrack wide open, never backing up 1 second.
If you got to slow down a little bit, you just ride the brake. You just tap the brake with your left foot. But like BP says, you don't ever want to lift your foot off the gas because, boy, it just kills you. Lose a lot of time, a lot of speed.
Tapping the brake while keeping the gas pedal all the way to the floor.
It just slows the car down just a little bit.
Waltrip trying to mount the charge again in that outside lane.
That lane has worked pretty well today.
Junior pushing him.
Literally pushed him down the backstretch here at Talladega.
Junior just bailed out. Does Michael have enough to squeeze in front of Jimmy Johnson for the lead?
No, but Jimmy Johnson doesn't have any buddies right now in his bumper, so they may pull it off right here.
Yeah, I don't think the 8 car's going to go down and help the 48, do you?
Maybe.
Oh, trouble. Johnson spinning to the inside.
Don't come back across the racetrack. He's going to...
I don't think he's got much of a choice, but
Oh, boy, did he just get through there. Caution is out.
And he's still moving.
And Junior gets the lucky dog pass.
tell you what, Jimmy Johnson's a lucky dog right there.
Yeah, he is. Turn that thing sideways to 190 miles per hour.
How that kept from being the big one, I'll never know. They were racing for the lead.
Somehow all the pack got by while he was down on the apron, and when he came back across the racetrack, the cars were gone. Thank goodness.
So the caution is out for just the third time in the race. Michael Waltrip is the leader. Dale Jr. is going to get the free pass after the pit stops. This sets up a number of things. One, it keeps Junior's drive for 5 alive. 2, the pit stops are going to bring fuel mileage into play.
They'll be coming off the throttle by the start-finish line, and the 15 and 48, I think, are going to make contact.
Oh, the 8 hit the 15.
That's right. The 8 got in the back of the 15 and turned down and hit the 48.
And look at that. Wow. Now watch this. Joe Nemechek. Oh,
very close.
And you know what saved Jimmy Johnson there? All that pavement to the inside of the racetrack. That used to be grass.
What a shot. This is a great shot right here.
See all that pavement he's sliding on? That was done.
You're coming to the caution.
That was done as a safety measure, because when that had been grass, that would have been an awful crash for Johnson.
And it just doesn't take much, folks. When these cars make contact, they're so loose anyway, it doesn't take much to get these cars sideways.
Yeah, see? Yep.
And watch this. All the cars go by. There's an opening. He goes up the racetrack. Oh, man, how close is that?
That car, you know, probably the left front valence is the only thing that's really damaged on that car.
Right front's flat. They'll get that changed here. Pit road is not open yet, so Johnson's going to have to start at the end of the longest line on the restart. Marty?
The valence is all torn up, and he came on the radio. That's the only thing he said. The valence is torn up. I'm okay. Never explained really what happened. They did not get a lot of the valence fixed. It was 4 tires. They're obviously going to have to come back down pit road, get that front valence fixed.
They didn't lose a lap, so... And these stops are going to come with 44 laps to go. Fuel mileage is going to be on the bubble. Depends how long this caution runs. Marty.
It is outside of the fuel window for Jeff Gordon, however. They give him a tear-off on both sides of the windshield. It'll be a right-side tire change only, no changes. Matt?
The 38 car, Elliott Sadler, right-side tire changes are going on the jack, and he's down to the lane. Oh, he hits the 43. A crewman's down.
Michael Waltrip is on pit road. It's a 4-tire change. He said he had no idea what happened out there. They took 4 because they're 4 laps short. He's going to have to come back and top off. Back to you, Matt.
Jeff Green is trying to turn on pit road. A crew member on the 43 was struck. They're trying to help him off pit road. We'll update the situation momentarily.
Looks like they all got up.
Yeah.
A little slow, but... Boy, here we've got 2 cars just trying to hit the same spot. Watch, the 43 car's trying to come into his pit, and Elliott's trying to leave. He just hooks the left rear. And those poor guys they got nowhere to go.
Man, that jack man gets knocked about 10 feet down the racetrack.
Fortunately, he didn't get run over by the 38 car once he got thrown down the racetrack. Watch here. He took a hit.
Thank goodness for those helmets they're wearing, too. Matty?
Archie Kennedy is sitting on the pit wall. Medical attention.
There's the King.
The King is talking to Archie. Archie's talking to the medical folks here on pit road.
Well, Archie's been with that team a long time.
Has he?
Yep.
So Matt will stay on top of the situation for us and get us the update that we can. And we'll reset it for you when we come back to Talladega.
One new car out-accelerated, out-handled, and outperformed the competition. Now you can feel it for yourself. Pontiac introduces the new 2004 Grand Prix and the 24-hour road test. Spend the entire day, and you'll understand why the new Grand Prix with Comp G is the best performing car in its class. The new 2004 Grand Prix. Fuel for the soul.
You want to know why I ran from Enterprise? Because having the right car can make all the difference.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
To try out Banquet's new resealable bag for our boneless chicken tenders, we asked Bobby Labonte to take it for a test drive. Man, this bag can really handle. For race time or any time, get all the great tasting Banquet chicken you want when you want it with our new easy to drive resealable bag.
Hey, Bobby, can I take it for a spin?
You can always bank on Banquet. It's all about learning to take care of your car the best way you can. Because when you really think about it, putting quality parts on your car is one of the smartest things you can do. That's why I love Napa so much. Every Napa part is made to meet or exceed the industry's highest standards. Take oil filters, for example. Did you know that a Napa Gold oil filter can catch up to 45% more dirt than your typical oil filter? Now, let's just analyze those numbers. Or, man, I love restrictor plates. Napa, get the good stuff.
Speedway race, say the gang's all here. 43 teams all getting in a gear. Time trial run, not a second to lose. Tune it up, tweak it out, run it in the groove. This is for the people at the best. Who said Sunday was a day of rest? This bud's for you.
I have brown hair. I'll be in a black dress. How will I know you?
I'm 5'11" with gray, salt and pepper. With brown hair.
Just for Men hair color rejuvenates hair. It's vitamin enriched. In 5 easy minutes, gray is shampooed away. It brings back a confident, natural look.
You look exactly like I imagined.
So, where do we go from here?
Your PC or mine?
Just for Men, the Rejuvenator.
Yesterday here at Talladega, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Derek Wood of Elkhorn, Nebraska met in a rematch of last year's EA Sports Fan Challenge.
I was surprised to see him here. I didn't think that I'd be racing him again, but it kind of made me nervous to see him because I know he's beat so many people to get here, and it's gonna have my work cut out for me.
For the second year in a row, Derek out-qualified thousands of other EA Sports contestants for his chance to take on Junior, and he kept his streak alive, beating Junior in the final to earn $10,000 for the weekend.
$10,000, BP? I didn't get that for beating you.
Oh, well, I get nothing for second place either.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. has just passed the pace car and is coming back around to rejoin the tail end of the field, the Lucky Dog.
Lucky Dog gets a whole lap by himself.
2.66 miles.
And there's something going on with Michael Waltrip's car. He's going to be penalized here. Apparently, while they were refueling the car, they didn't keep that catch can, the overflow can, attached to the back of the car for the entire time they were fueling it. Have I got that right, Bill?
Yeah, well, I didn't see the whole thing, Alan, but here's basically this discussion right here is taking place on pit road because apparently the NASCAR officials working this stall did not see the infraction. It may have been a call from upstairs from the booth. So that's what Slugger is talking to the officials about how they're enforcing the penalty. They've already told him he has to go to the tail end of the longest line. So we'll come back, sort out the order of the guys on the track, and then we'll run to the checkers here at Talladega. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
You don't got. Check this out.
Dodge Ram 1500. The Hemi legend continues. Grab Dodge's 770 powertrain limited warranty. Ford, Chevy, and Toyota don't match it.
On the season premiere of Dateline Sunday, Whitney Houston revealed exclusive interviews and video. Dateline tonight, 7/6 Central on NBC.
It's all about value, selection, and money. And it's the best time to make your money count at your Chevy dealer. We're moving out the 03s, and you're getting 0% APR financing for 60 months on every 2003 Chevy Silverado. Or get $4,750 total cash back on every 2003 Chevy Silverado. That's $4,750 total cash back. Hurry, the selection won't last. See your local Chevy dealer today.
What? That was offside. Face back. First down. Way to go, baby.
Go for two. Blitz. Get out.
Time out. Come out. Come out. He's all over him. Interference. Right in his hand. Oh.
So glad I'm not playing anymore.
Touchdown. Yes.
Every armchair quarterback needs a super big screen TV. Aaron's has a great selection at the guaranteed lowest price. So do the math.
Game over? Game over? What?
The images you are about to see are 100% authentic. The Xterra Owners Club has no fees and no dues. All you need is a Nissan Xterra and some proof. And now it's even easier to join the club with 0.9% financing and $1,500 cash back. The 100% authentic Nissan Xterra, now with 0.9% and $1,500 cash.
You're watching 11 Alive, home of quality coverage and convenience.
Remains, who's going to win the first nighttime running of the UAW GM Quality 500? Saturday night, October 11th, Lowe's Motor Speedway. It's the first primetime running of this fall classic. Be there as 43 of NASCAR's fastest burn up the track to take the checkered flag. Record crowds will witness record speeds on this historic night. It's NASCAR's newest and most thrilling event. Saturday night, October 11th, it's the UAW GM Quality 500. Don't miss it.
Back as the green flag waves in the EA Sports 500 at Talladega. And a few things to catch you up on. Elliott Sadler is the leader. Ward Burton is second. Jeff Gordon third. Rusty Wallace fourth. Kevin Harvick fifth. None of those guys topped off the fuel on one to go. There are several who did. I'll get you that list in a second. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Michael Waltrip, Jimmy Johnson, restarting 24th, 25th, and 26th with 40 laps to go.
And we talked about it being intense about 10, 15 laps ago.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
That's right, folks. You haven't seen anything yet because it is going to be really intense because some of these cars will not have to pit again. They will stay out there. They'll make it on fuel. Some of them got to stop for gas and go.
First guy who did top off the fuel at the restart, Jamie McMurray in 10th place. Top 9 did not stop. Car one lap down is Ryan Newman in position if we get a caution for the lucky dog pass. And here's a bid for the lead as Ward Burton works to the outside of Elliott Sadler. Greg Biffle not on the lead lap, pushing Ward Burton. There's Rusty Wallace with help from his teammate. Ryan Newman, 2 and 12. The Penske Dodgers.
Newman's still a lap down.
And Biffle, both those cars trying to compete for the Lucky Dog Award right now. It's Newman in the 12 car.
Jeff Gordon trying to get back to the front. 24 car.
Oh, boy, Jeff is all over the 12, and believe me, he does not want the 12 in front of him right now.
And here comes Junior right into the middle of that pack. Listen to he and his team talking under the caution a minute ago.
Go to the bottom there, Junior. You go up to the last car on the lead lap, just like you do any other time. It's no different. Just calm down, baby. We're all right. We're going to win this race. Calm down. Calm, but I don't think anybody's understanding me. I'm calmer than anybody here. Here I come.
That's just before he made his pit stop.
By the way, Matt, what's going on with Archie? Any updates?
Archie Kennedy, Benny, is on his way to the infield care center for a checkover. He was smiling. He was talking to the medical personnel. He did complain that his vision was a little bit blurry, but by the way that looked, it looks like he came out pretty good.
Yeah,
I guess.
Boy, Ben, we are seeing a lot of blocking right now, a lot more than we've seen earlier in the race.
Mike Walsh in that 09 car was trying his best to get by Jeff Gordon at 24, and Jeff was having no part of that.
Look at Junior. He's up to 7th. He restarted 24th just a few laps ago. Elliott Sadler hugging that yellow line. Rusty Wallace now with Jeff Gordon working underneath his back bumper. On board Rusty. How about Rusty's chance, Dave? He's never won here before.
Well, the only hiccup in his day has been that he stalled leaving pit road this last time. Can they make it on fuel? Billy Wilburn doesn't think so.
Yeah, that's another factor that's left to hang here. We restarted with 40 laps to go. Some guys probably can make it, some guys probably can't. Matt, how about Ward Burton?
Well, Ward Burton's earlier concern, Alan, was the fact that just like back in the spring race, he was hitting the red chip. Back in the spring race, he pulled that chip out. Engine builder Terry Elledge wasn't happy, so this time they just told him to switch the backup box, and he's okay now.
I guess he's okay. He's going to the lead.
And Greg Biffle in that 16 car trying to follow. Try to stay in position to get a lap back in case there's a caution. And I tell you what, when they race like this, there's a chance for caution any lap.
Ryan Newman squeezing in front of Matt Kenseth. Kenseth, your championship leader in that black 17, that last caution got him back up to the lead pack. And then he did not hit under the yellow.
Which means he can go the rest of the way.
I shouldn't say he didn't hit under the yellow. He didn't top off the fuel on the one to go like some of the others did. Got him his track position back.
BP and I were talking earlier. We think the Roush cars can make it on fuel.
Look at Jimmy Johnson. 48 car. He restarted 26th with 40 to go. 5 laps to go. He's up into the top 5, Marty.
Alan, it was amazing to watch that team work. They made 4 pit stops. They made them very calmly. These were the same crew members who got hit on pit road just a couple of weeks ago. They fixed the valence. They got it fixed better than they thought they could because they had 1 extra caution lap that allowed them to put some extra tape on it. Will it be enough to help them win the race? Who's right, Alan?
Oh, my goodness gracious. Alive. They went in the corner like they were running dirt.
Smoke flying, fenders bending.
Oh, man. It's always talk about give and take. It's giving it to him now. Oh, yeah, giving it to him. I mean, it's got to get yourself in that position.
Well, we haven't had the big one yet as we check our Napa Field summary. Caution flags today. One was for debris. One was for a wreck back at lap 10 when Jeremy Mayfield cut a tire. One was for Jimmy Johnson getting knocked around when he and Michael Waltrip were racing for the lead just a little while ago. Cars out of the race: Larry Foyt, Jimmy Spencer, Buckshot Jones, Sterling Marlin, Casey Mears. And now I hear Ricky Rudd has taken his car to the garage and may be done for the day. 32 lead changes, 15 different leaders, and may have another one here. Rusty Wallace looking on Ward Burton for the top spot.
Kenseth in that 17 car trying to follow Rusty.
And here comes Junior.
And we're seeing guys push each other a lot more in this part of the race here, where you got to be careful doing that too, or you'll get into that situation we saw with the 8 car and Michael Waltrip.
How about Matt Kenseth, Dave?
Here's the situation with them. Robbie Reiser to Matt. Stay out. I think we can do this on fuel. Matt back to Robbie. Does Jack think we can make it? Car owner Jack Brown. He thought we'd be 1.5 short, said Robbie. So Matt said, I'll race hard now. If we're still out here with 10 to go, I'll save you some fuel then. Matt?
That's okay, Dave. I'll take it. Dale Earnhardt Jr. wants to race in the middle of the track. He was asking his spotter, Ty Norris, have me give me his... Wow, did you see that? Was that the 22?
Oh, yeah, it was. You were saying?
I'll try and get this in. He went to the middle of the track. Ty said it's not there. Finally got him a spot. Jeff Clark just did the fuel mileage on the 8 car. They're about 150 yards from the start-finish line. They got 187.89 laps. So they'll run out right in front of their pit stall, maybe, on the last lap. We'll see what happens.
See, these guys are pushing each other. I'm telling you, it's really, really tricky right now when you get somebody pushing on you and you turn the car just a little bit, that car gets really loose.
Well, they're pushing on you, and you try to turn the wheel, it's just going to push you sideways. You're going sideways. like Jimmy Johnson did a moment ago.
Exactly. So these guys, I mean, I know they're trying to help other cars, but you got to make sure you're doing it in a straight line. The closer we get to the finish, the better the chance for the big wreck.
Oh, man.
Jimmy Johnson off the pace.
Marty.
It's an engine failure, it looks like, for the 48 bunch BP. They're going to go straight to the garage.
Oh, me, oh, my. Yeah, you get those things spun around backwards. When the race car gets spun, a lot of times the engine gets spun around backwards. That's not a good thing. Damages things inside.
Oh, yeah,
Matt Kenseth looking underneath Rusty Wallace. Rusty to block. Watch the yellow line. Oh, wow. Did he just blow up? Blew an engine?
I think he did. I think Kenseth blew up.
Yep. Championship leader off the pace at Talladega with 30 laps to go. Dave?
He radioed in. Motors broke.
Boy, that was not a good place to have your engine blow up.
No,
What
it
a BP.
Kind of like running out of gas.
And somehow they all kept from running over it. Did make Dale Jr. have to get out of the gas a little bit. But he still, believe it or not, after spending most of this day a lap down, in the hunt for the win.
And here goes Junior on the inside of Mike Wallace. I'm sorry, that's Kurt Busch. That's Mike Wallace that's going with him in the 09. So Junior to second position. The 16 car, Biffle, is a lap down. Matt, what about the 22?
Ward Burton is saying they're running all over me going into the corner. I am back on the chip. They're telling me, pull the chip out.
That's pretty hard to do. That's the chip that limits the number of RPMs the engine can turn. It's in the ignition box, usually mounted to the driver's right. Yeah, with the way the seats are and everything, it's pretty hard to reach over there and grab a chip out. Unless they have it set up for the driver to do that.
See, Michael Walter from the 15 car has moved high, trying to get Elliott Center, trying to get some help, and use that high line to get to the front.
See Kenseth there, slow on the racetrack, trying to get back around. Brian Newman under Mike Wallace. Newman not on the lead lap. Greg Biffle, second car in line, 16. He is the first car, one lap down. See the 20 car, pushing on the 12 car, Brian Newman. And Matt Kenseth headed for the garage. His worst finish so far this season, 22nd. It will be below that today. Dave?
He shut it off immediately, Alan. The crew asked him to restart. He said, well, let's wait till I get to the pit stall. I haven't refired it yet, but I'm sure it's broke. Crew going underneath right now. Not a lot of oil up underneath, so they get the bottom end, guys.
I think that he got to the blown engine quickly. I think he turned it off almost immediately and probably saved some pieces. I don't know if he'll be able to do anything with it.
Might have saved half the field where he was running when that thing started to come apart. If the oil had come out of that thing and he'd have spun there, that would have been the big wreck. We have one more green flag commercial break to get in, so let's do it now. I don't want to miss the finish of this one any more than you do. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Chevy, the winningest car in NASCAR Cup history. Chevy, wherever there's a winner's circle, we'll be there.
I've got to trust 100 people, if not more, that have all touched, fabricated, bolted together something on that race car. Teamwork is everything. You pull in on the pit road, second or third. Guys are zinging lug nuts off and on. You're going to be the first one off pit road, and your guys got you the lead. And that's what separates the best from the rest.
Jack is searching for his son's athletic talent. The search has proven problematic. But every time Jack uses his Discover card to buy things, he gets paid a cashback bonus award. So far, he's earned $130. It's money he used to buy his son something more suitable. Discover Card. Why not get paid for the things you buy anyway?
Coming October 13th on GoArmy.com.
Don Tony, you wanted to see me?
Vincenzo, I've decided it's time for a change. The family is ready to take on a new member.
But boss, I don't understand. I thought this family only uses Stacker 2.
Stonard, it is Stacker 2. Stacker 2 Ephedra-free.
It's the world's strongest fat burner and a new Ephedra-free formula. Capiche?
Welcome to the family.
The new place for Monday night action is NBC's Las Vegas. This Monday, when a U.S. Senator comes to play,
This guy's the biggest pig of all.
He owes us $3.5 million.
the casino's turned upside down.
I will destroy you, Ed.
Do what you gotta do, Bill. Las Vegas, NBC Monday after the Vegas Fear Factor.
Listen to the crowds. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has just taken the lead at Talladega. The drive for 5 continues.
That is something else.
Ryan Newman, Rusty Wallace's teammate, pushed Jr. past Rusty for the lead. Newman trying to get by Greg Biffle, so he's the first guy a lap down in case the caution comes out. In the meantime, Rusty's been shuffled back a couple of spots. Check it out.
Coming off turn 2, we see the A car go high. Newman went up there with him, and Rusty was a sitting duck. They just blew right by him. Rusty tried to go up. There was nothing he could do.
Here's Tony Stewart and Bobby Labonte.
Teammates that may be able to gang up on Junior.
Labonte was almost a lap down earlier.
I talked to that crew this morning, Bobby Labonte's crew, and they were very optimistic about their car and their chances today. Marty?
Well, BP, Matt Kenseth has just been given the signal. It is a terminal engine problem. He's going to climb out of the car. They were trying to take off a rocker, send him back out on the track. And Jeff Paxton, you see him on top of the engine, literally. Jack Roush in there. They're trying to see if they can maybe fix it. And now they've given the Matt the wait a second signal. So I don't know what's going to happen. They did give him the we're done signal just a second ago, though.
All right, so that'll be the first race here at Talladega. Matt Kenseth has failed to finish. And it looks like it'll be his worst finish of the season so far. For the lead, Bobby Labonte, Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's Mike Wallace in the 09 trying to push Labonte. Tony Stewart in Big Orange trying to push Jr.
2 by 2 for the lead with just 21 laps to go.
Matt Kenseth's lead coming in, 436 over Kevin Harvick.
See right now, Dale Earnhardt Jr., this terrific run would move in the second spot as Bobby Labonte goes to the front.
Big blocking going on here.
Well, he was in front a moment ago, wasn't he in front?
He was for a minute.
I thought he was in front.
Not any longer.
Stewart needs to get behind that 18 car somehow.
Mike Wallace for second place on Bobby Labonte. 09 car. James Finch is after.
Oh,
who's
another
blowing up?
smoker.
Jeff Burton. No caution yet.
Careful, there's one more to come around the outside. He's well out of the way. He can hang down there. All right, no more to come.
He got that car below that line pretty quick, so I think we'll be okay.
And the race continues. We stay. Oh, caution. Caution for oil. Caution for oil. Now the caution is out. All these guys can stop racing right now. Bobby Labonte will be the leader. He was out in front of Junior when they called for the caution.
So there's no point in racing back to the line.
Okay, now.
And Ryan Newman, the lucky dog again this week.
Newman's going to come. Yeah,
that's a fast race car.
He didn't have.
Where have we seen that before?
Doesn't have quite as many miles left as he did at Dover last week. But he is the first car a lap down, and he's going to get the lucky dog pass. Now, 20 laps to go. Does the caution give you enough laps, these guys that were close on fuel like Jeff Gordon, where you don't have to stop and you can make it to the finish? Or do they have to come in?
I think they'll come in and put some fuel in it.
Will we see anybody try and take tires?
Oh, yeah.
Make a big charge through the field?
Sure, the guys in the back part on the lead lap, I think, will take everything. Take tires, take everything you can. You got nothing to lose.
Hey, Ricky Craven, Bill Elliott, Kenny Schrader, those guys, Blaney, those guys back there in the lead lap, they'll probably change 4 tires and get good to go.
Caution will leave us after you subtract Jeff Burton and add Ryan Newman. 24 cars on the lead lap. Probably go back to green somewhere around 16 or 15 to go. Oh, that's going to be dramatic. Yep. It's going to be tough.
Wow. And now where you really don't have the patience, because when you're in the back, you got to go. Bill Weber.
Just wanted to let you know the 8 car is not planning to pit.
Okay. What Fatback's thinking. Bobby Labonte's pit.
Sure felt good to lead.
You bet it did. Well, talking to those guys this morning, Fatback and Zippy, I don't know if they'll run enough yellows to give them what they need to stay out for fuel. But we'll soon find out.
Here they come. Opening a pit lane. Bobby Labonte, Tony Stewart, both favoring the inside like they're going to pit road. There they are. And Junior's going to head in. Close.
No tires.
Go ahead, Dave.
Bobby Labonte already gone. This car ran out of fuel at Daytona earlier this year. It would have run out here. They would have had to have stopped. Marty?
Dave, Tony Stewart already gone. All they needed was 2.5 seconds of fuel. That'll get him to the end, Bill. Junior said, let's do this red. I was almost past the pit. He's on his way. It's him in the 20. 20's got him.
18's got him too, Bill.
That's where those teammates want to be.
All right, here's the 49 car talking about tire change. There we go, right? Jack is on the up. Right side's going on. Looks like right side's only.
32, I think, got tires as well. We talked about him, BP.
Now, those are the guys who pitted. Here's the guy who didn't, and he's your new leader, Kurt Busch. Out in front. 18 laps to go at Talladega. Dale Earnhardt Jr. tried to win 5 straight here. Can he do it again?
To try out Banquet's new resealable bag for our boneless chicken tenders, we asked Bobby Labonte to take it for a test drive. Man, this bag can really handle. For race time or any time, get all the great tasting Banquet chicken you want when you want it with our new easy-to-drive resealable bag.
Hey, Bobby, can I take it for a spin?
You can always bank on Banquet.
Meet rookie Jamie McMurray and this.
It's 800 horsepower V8 monster protected by Haviland motor oil. Because Haviland can handle this much power.
Even if your TV can't, Haviland.
Sorry.
We didn't just give the new Ford F-150 more horsepower. We gave it the most low-end torque. Why did we push farther than anyone else? So you could do more than anyone else. Only this truck earned the right to be the next F-150. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
We're ready to dance, no matter when or where. For the best part, people and price. We're ready to dance. Yeah, bring it on.
There was one envelope I really hated to open every month. My wireless bill. Bad news either way. I mean, if I talked too much, I got slammed with overages. And if I talked too little, I wasted all those minutes I paid for. But those days are over, thanks to Rollover.
Only single
Singular lets you roll over unused anytime minutes so you avoid paying overages months you talk more. They're your minutes. Keep them. Singular has rollover on national plans and your choice of cool phones.
I call it my look at that cute little bill plan.
Come in to find out how Singular fits you best.
Standing on the corner, watching all the guys go by. Standing on the corner, giving all the guys the eye.
Old Navy painter's pants at a price that really turns heads, starting at just $20 for men.
But you won't find a difference. Old Navy painter's pants go by.
Tonight, a man with 3 wives. Now someone is dead to protect his secret. You can never be too careful. The season premiere of Law & Order Criminal Intent, NBC Tonight.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR comes to you live from the world's fastest speedway. Talladega, Alabama is the site. It's the EA Sports 500, and we've got one dramatic finish setting up for you now. We're down to 16 laps to go. We're under caution after Jeff Burton's car lost an engine. We've had a variety of pit stop strategies played out. And we've got a championship leader whose day is going to come up shy of the scheduled finish. Marty?
They tried to get him back out. A lot of conjecture as to whether or not you could get the car back out. What in the end was the problem, Matt?
I don't know, something broken engine, so it's real disappointing. I mean, you know, up to this point, the engine guy's done a really good job this year, giving us reliable stuff that runs pretty good. But this two-sticker plate stuff has always been our weakness. You know, none of the cars ever come here and run, and we just got to do more work on this program. You know, we shouldn't break parts. You know, when we run like that, you know, it should be reliable enough to make it. So it's real frustrating because up to this point we haven't broke parts, but. Yeah, the guys did a good job. We had ourselves in a good position to get a good finish, and we'll just come back and get them at Kansas.
They tried to get him back out, but this will be their first DNF of the season. Alan?
So Matt Kenseth going to finish. Right now he's showing in 33rd position. He may finish a little bit lower than that. But his previous worst finish of this season had been a 22nd. So as Marty said, his first DNF of the year, and his championship rivals could gain some ground on him depending on how these final laps play out. Bill?
Well, I came over here to ask Tony Eury Sr. if he talked to me, and he smiled. An amazing day. Can you finish it in victory lane?
Well, I don't know. We was too close to gamble there. I guess Slugger, he's going to try it, but we were going to run out on the back straightaway if it went green. The caution, you know, might have got us through, and then again, it might not. We hadn't been running up front today. We've been tucked in behind people all day, and we ran a lot harder and a lot faster laps that time, so I know the fuel mileage changed, so no way we could take a chance on running out of gas there at the end. We just stopped, get gas in. Didn't know how many was going to stay out there, but...
Yeah, you did talk about staying out until just about too late.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a gamble. You want to gamble or not. The way our luck's been since May, we don't need to gamble on anything. It's too big a risk to take. Hopefully, that 18 car from 20 can pull us up through there and get back to the front.
All right, they got a ringside seat, too, just down from the finish line.
Still cleaning up the debris from Jeff Burton's lost engine. We're under caution at Talladega. A very dramatic finish coming up. Stay with us.
Dale, the truck's gas tank holds 8 gallons more than your car does.
Plus, it's got 2 extra tires, which means that if you do have to come in for a pit stop, it's all about you, baby.
All clear. Don't ever do that again.
There's a reason RE/MAX agents average more sales than other real estate people. RE/MAX agents want every transaction to be as perfect as possible. With all their experience, they know that a little extra effort can make a big difference to sellers and buyers.
Can you fly?
RE/MAX. Outstanding agents. Outstanding results.
Let's say this is your car. Nice hardtop. If you drive safely, meaning you do stuff like
obey the speed limit, always check your blind spot, and avoid accidents. Hey, watch it, Leadfoot. Then Allstate could reward you with something you'll eat right up. Some green. Up to 20% off your insurance bill. It's the Allstate Safe Driver Discount. Call today and find out how you're in good hands with Allstate. Hey, this is for the safe driver. Here you go.
NBC's coverage of the EA Sports 500 is brought to you by Budweiser. The best things in life are the things that are true. Budweiser. By Pontiac. Fuel for the soul. By the United States Army, an army of one. And by Old Navy Painter's Pants. They'll work for you.
150,000 fans at the Talladega Superspeedway, all on their feet as the field comes down to the restart that'll be with 14 laps to go. The top 7 did not pit under this caution. Kurt Busch is the leader. Mark Martin, Michael Waltrip, John Andretti, Dale Jarrett, Terry Labonte, Dave Blaney stayed on track. They're hoping their fuel is good to the finish. Tony Stewart first off pit road. He's in 8th place. Dale Jr. is in 10th. We're back under green.
And you've got to get greedy here, Benny. I mean, there's just not enough time to work your way through. You've got to, everything that you can get, you have to get every single lap.
Other quick notes. Jeff Gordon, Robbie Gordon, Jamie McMurray topped off their fuel again. So they're toward the back of the pack. Ryan Newman now back on the lead lap. Restarts in 24th.
Mark Martin, Kurt Busch teammates were out with the Roush cars, running first and second, and they can go the rest of the way, but their teammates had both gone into Kendall and Jeff Burton.
Dale Jarrett was getting a push from Terry Labonte. Who's that coming home?
Stewart. And like I said, you got to get greedy. If you're going to have to take some chances here. If you're going to get to the front, you're going to have to take more chances now than you've had the whole race.
Junior behind the lap car of Greg Biffle. 16 is 1 lap down. I think Tony was trying to get in front of Junior when he made that cut through the traffic.
There's a 20 up top. Marty, what are they saying down there in the 20?
Well, this caution, the last one, put them back in the ball game. They were 4 to 5 laps short from making on fuel. Had they not gotten that caution, they wouldn't have had a shot to win the race. They have made 0 adjustments on that 20 car today. It's been outstanding, except for the overheating they had a little bit earlier. Kurt Busch up in the front, they've made 1 adjustment on that car today. A quarter pound out of the right rear tire on the very first stop of the day. We told you at the top of the show, watch out for the Roush cars. They started in the back, but they made their way to the front. Same car Kurt Busch started 36 with at Daytona and finished second. And look who's fourth, Alan.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. now behind Michael Waltrip. To the outside they go, looking for the front.
Bad news for the competition.
Oh, bad news for the competition. 15 and 8 are hooked up. Kurt Busch is trying to block. He's doing all he can to keep those cars behind him.
And that's what he's got to do. He's got to be looking in that mirror because he knows if they get beside him, he's going to lose a bunch of spots right here.
Michael Waltrip with the brake to the right. Fit for the lead. Whoa! Contact with Kurt Busch.
Mark trying to get down behind his teammate. Gets there.
Oh, here we go. Push him.
Nice bump by Mark.
Michael Waltrip to the lead. Junior can't stay with him.
And Junior gets hung out.
And these guys know that they've got to separate these DEI cars or they're in trouble.
Here comes the Roush charge. Don't count out those teammates. Kurt Busch pushed by Mark Martin and Greg Biffle up in the outside lane. 97 car with a bid for the lead.
Oh, Junior just turned under the 16 car and made some room, made him a hole.
Junior and Michael Waltrip side by side. Rusty Wallace is behind Michael. Tony Stewart is behind Junior.
Now, you know, these guys can't say, no, go ahead. No, you go ahead, because that could be the victory.
Yeah, whichever one of the DEI cars gets it ahead of the other. Right. That's kind of been the way it's worked.
Here goes Junior up on the outside of Mark. Here goes Michael on the inside.
Oh, Mark gets stuck in the middle, and they're going to all go by the 6 car.
To second place, or racing for second.
Now,
and now for the lead. Stewart, Bobby Labonte lined up behind the 8 car.
All of a sudden, that didn't work. All of a sudden, Tony Stewart fell back.
He's in that 3rd line now. We're setting up for a wild finish here at Talladega. Could we see a last lap pass for the win? Yeah, those guys are stuck up on that 3rd line, BP, and it hasn't worked all day. We check our Walmart NASCAR Winston Cup race back. 11 Winston Cup races at this track, settled by a last lap pass, more than at any other track. The last one, this race, 2001. Dale Earnhardt Jr. beat Bobby Labonte.
Here comes Elliott Sadler, a pole sitter, that yellow car on the inside, 38, trying to get by Junior's car for 4th.
Count Rusty out. Boy, he's right there. He's there. Rusty Wallace. Now the 8 and the 15er together.
Well, here goes Elliott Sadler on the inside.
Oh, look at Junior push Michael. Michael's car was wiggling back and forth into the corner. Earnhardt's had that 15 car sideways a couple times today. Junior trying to squeeze down, and Waltrip to the lead. He gets in front of Kurt Busch. 8 to go. Mark Martin behind Junior. Jeff Gordon there, right side of the screen in the 24 car. He got 4 tires on that last pit stop. He's up to 10. Newman right behind him. Yep. Keep an eye on those guys. Great drive for Mike Wallace, the 09 car. Black, orange, and yellow stripes on it. Right in the thick of things. He was 7th last time across the start-finish line. Walker moves up in front of Junior. And back down in front of Kurt Busch. And splits the middle.
Here comes Junior trying to go by Busch for 2nd spot.
Down on the inside.
Gets on the inside of Elliott Sadler, moves him up the hill.
Trying to get behind his brother, Rusty. You know, you're Michael Waltrip. You can't like seeing this because one of those 2 lines of cars behind you is going to start to move, and you have to guess which one. Well, that's why he's doing what he's doing. He's just mirror driving all over the racetrack. Uh-oh, trouble! Elliott Sadler over 1.5 and on his roof. Now the car tumbling hard onto the pavement in turn 3. Is out. A terrible crash.
Hey, okay, man. Okay, guys, back it down. Back it down. We're not racing. Caution's out. See now,
the worker's already there. Yeah.
That's why we don't race back to the line.
That is a record.
Yes, sir.
How fast they got to that car. That's great to see. The attention already focused on the Elliott Sadler car.
Yeah, we see him taking his helmet off. And they're going to red flag the race.
Yeah, we've not passed the lap yet at which they would not use the red flag. So they're going to stop the field on the back straightaway, and we're going to go under the red flag. Look at the damage to that car. What a heavy hit that thing.
Well, that thing was hitting on asphalt.
Yeah.
Normally we see that on grass, but this was on asphalt.
And for everybody that wonders why they use the carburetor restrictor plates to control speed, it's just for that reason. There's a certain speed at which, when you turn one of these race cars around backwards, it goes up in the air.
You see this area right here above the driver? They call it like the birdhouse. Right here. This area looks good.
Yeah.
That's what's protecting the driver, and that really held up well.
There we see the car stopping.
And here he comes out the window.
Now, that's great.
Easy does it. Yeah, don't cut yourself. Oh, that's good to see.
Guys, he's out.
Scary, scary crash for Elliott Sadler.
Let me get my breath before I take a step.
I'm dizzy. Let's go back and look.
There he is, right in the middle.
And these guys are Dyson. Go ahead, BP.
And there he makes contact and comes down trying to get in front of Kurt Busch. They make contact. And watch that thing fly. And it lands on that road you talked about.
And then when it gets onto the racetrack again, takes another nasty flip. Watch this hit.
That's the hard one right here.
Oh, man.
Oh, they all look pretty hard.
Yeah, they do. I don't want to be in there in any of them.
And like I said, that car really held up well above the driver.
But you see the hood flopping around in the deck lid, the tethers that NASCAR has these teams installed to keep the hood and deck lid work.
He took the steering wheel off right away.
Yeah. That's unbelievable. He had a crash in practice driving for the Wood Brothers a few years ago in Michigan that looked like that.
And see, that's the problem when you get, like I said, when you start mirror driving, and that's what these guys are doing. They're trying to get in front of each other, trying to make blocks this close to the end of the race. You're not going to give a guy a break.
You know, something I want you to think about as you're watching these replays again. Watch what I think happened is Elliott reacted to Dale Jr. Dale Jr. started to turn left in front of Elliott, and I think Elliott just reacted to that and moved left. And that's when he came across the front of Kurt Busch. I don't think he was trying to block Kurt. I think he reacted to Dale Jr. making a sudden move to the left, and just instinctively...
that could be, but I mean, you're still getting a lot of that going on right now that you don't see any other time of the race. Oh, boy. But yeah, I mean, you know, one moves and everybody moves, pretty much.
Already moving. Steering wheel's off. See, watch Junior here. He moves to the left to block Elliott, right here, and Elliott turns.
Could be.
Yeah, could be.
Could be trying to dodge that 8 car.
Flew in the air a long way before it hit anything.
And now the banking kicks the car back to the left.
Fortunately, it was down where no other cars hit him while he was flipping.
Didn't take that right front tire long to blow out, did it?
Flipped 1.5 times in the air. And then it's going to catch again and start going. Another 3.5 times.
When is it going to stop? You got to be sitting there going, when? Please don't hit me.
Yeah.
So he rolled over 5 times. Not counting the time he spent sliding on his roof upside down. Watch again. Junior makes a move to the left to block, and Sadler turns to the left to get off him.
On board with Kurt Busch. There we see the contact, yeah.
And there you see the car. Kurt's got a lot of damage to his right front right now.
Yeah. And so we're under the red flag.
And Greg Biffle becomes the lucky dog.
Not inside of 10 laps to go.
Okay.
It's one of the nuances of the rule, this new rule, that
Okay.
once we get to 10 laps to go, they don't give the free pass anymore.
All right.
So.
Sorry, Greg.
And we have 6 laps to go in the race, actually 5.5 with where the field is sitting halfway down the back straightaway. There will be 23 cars on the lead lap. And we're probably going to have 4 or 3 laps left in this thing. So it's not over yet. Michael Waltrip is the leader. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Ward Burton, they're all up there in the running for the win in the EA Sports 500 at Talladega. More drama left to unfold here at the world's fastest speedway. Elliott Sadler, fortunately, out of his car after this scary ride.
NBC Monday. Fear Factor's back in Vegas, baby. 3, 2, 1! All new and 400 feet tall. Plus a piranha tank. And a little game called Spider Roulette. Fear Factor in Vegas, baby. NBC Monday, 8, 7 Central.
Time is running out to get incredible deals during Ford's authorized clearance. With 0 down and 0% financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash. Drive Ranger for just $197 a month. Or choose F-150 with 0 for 60 months or $47.50 cash back. Hurry, Ford's authorized clearance ends soon. Visit your Atlanta area Ford store today.
It's Summer Drive at your GMC dealer, and we're exceeding your expectations with $47.50 total cash back on Sierra. Built with more standard V8 horsepower than any other half-ton extended cab. Professional-grade engineering. It's not more than you need, just more than you're used to. Get 0% APR for qualified buyers on a new 2003 Sierra, or get $47.50 total cash back. See the pros at your local GMC dealers today.
Starting with me, everything in this place is mean and miserable.
Is that a tear in your eye, Private? Do you want your mommy? Are you going to cry?
I'll kick the tradition and chivalry out of you.
I suggest you shut your mouth. I can't hear you.
Nothing is over until we decide it is.
Just one more thing. Don't ever make me mad.
Sweet dreams, ladies. Straight left, right, left, cut.
Quality coverage and convenience. That's 11 Alive News.
Where'd you go? I just did a bumper run and took the lead.
I ran out of dip. Dip? I'm racing neck and neck, and that's all you can think about is dip? You need to get your priorities straight.
Busch got under him and muscled Jimmy Spencer. You don't see that often. The Talladega Superspeedway quiet late on this Sunday afternoon, but the race is not ended. We are under the red flag after a violent crash involving Elliott Sadler, who has climbed from his race car. Here it is just a few moments ago, inside of 10 laps to go here in the EA Sports 500. All these drivers trying to go for the win here. And this, the single car incident and a wild ride for Elliott Sadler. Upside down, then the violent snap and the roll. Michael Waltrip has an escape hatch or an alternate exit in the top of his car, the only one using it here this weekend. This might encourage some other people to use it in the future. Last week at Dover, Dale Earnhardt Jr. was involved in a crash. He hit driver's side against the wall, had a slight concussion, was cleared on Wednesday to race. When Dale Earnhardt Jr. got back to the shop after visiting the doctor, he rode to the doctor with his mother, then saw Dr. Petty, then went back to the shop and told the guys at the shop, "You do what you need to keep me safe in the car." So they made a seat change that Jr. had been resisting. These are the pieces that are in his seat this week. This now fits around his head and helps hold his head in place. Junior's wearing a different helmet this week. He doesn't really like the fact he can't see side to side or move his head, but he feels much safer wearing that Bell helmet. He told me yesterday that he still tries to turn his head, but all he does is smash his face against the side of it. It doesn't help to turn it. This holds his head in place. It's stiffer, has a little bit more foam, doesn't give like what he used to have in the car. Then alongside, he has these pieces that hold his shoulders in place. It helps keep him in the seat. It's a snug fit, but it's not totally the perfect answer. They're hoping to design a new seat for Junior that he could have in the car as early as next week, I was told this morning. He also doesn't wear the Hans device. He wears a Hutchins device, and he said he's examining wearing that. But right now, the Hutchins works much better with the seat he has. So Dale Earnhardt Jr. with a new seat and a new helmet. In fact, they're thinking about modifying the helmet, perhaps to scope out or scoop out some of the sides so he has a little better peripheral vision. So Junior making safety moves last week. He credited Tony Eury Jr. and Tony Eury Sr. for making the decision for him. Tony Jr. told me this morning it's more than likely his mother and the doctor that convinced him to change seats. So that's the story on Dale Earnhardt Jr. Let's get more from Matt.
And right now, Bill, the main item on the agenda, Tony Eury Sr. is winning this race. Your team cars sit second and third. Normally, it's usually the guy that's ahead. The other guy will follow. What are the rules now? Because I do remember hearing Junior say something earlier about he hasn't had a partner since he got off the airplane. Does that still stand?
Well, that's what he said. I think I'll stay out of that one, but never know what's going to happen. They're gonna be double wide. And, if he don't help Michael, somebody will for sure. So it'll be too wide here for 4 or 5 laps, whatever we got to run here. But we're going to stay out of it this time. Our email wouldn't hold the messages we got the last time we told him to pass Michael. So we'll just keep our mouth shut. We'll stay out of it this time.
To Marty Snyder.
Well, Matt, the one man who could spoil DEI's party, Jeff Gordon, sitting in 5th, 4 fresh tires. How does Jeff feel about his chances, Robbie Loomis?
He feels great about it. First of all, I'd like to say hello to John and Rick Hendrick at home. Leave your TV on because I won't watch the end. I'll call you and see where it shakes out. But, you know, we're looking real good. We see that we got Michael and Dale Jr. up there. We wish Jimmy Johnson, the Lowe Chevrolet, was up there to be with us right now. But we're going to dig hard and see what happens here at the end.
You have no teammate up there. How do you get in between the 2 DEI cars?
Jeff Gordon. 2 words, Jeff Gordon. He's got 4 fresh tires. You know, he talked there at the end. He said, I think we'll be better with 4 tires. I can drive back up through there. And I was a little worried when they restarted with 14 to go, and then he caught back up to him. Just did an awesome job right now.
He said, the only thing I wish I had, Robbie Loomis said, is a seatbelt for the top of this pit box so I could strap in.
I'll bet. Jeff Gordon sitting on the racetrack now in the middle of that pile of cars that NASCAR will sort out their running order when they begin to roll back under the caution flag. How about Michael Waltrip? Does he have a shot at this thing, Matt?
Well, let's talk to Slugger Labby. You knew I was coming down here.
Yeah, I saw you over there talking to Tony. I figured you'd come down and try to get something going here.
Well, what about it? Are you guys going to team up, or is it going to be every man for himself?
Well, I remember back, was it last year, Dale Jr. tried to pass us with a couple to go. He ended up finishing 6th, so hopefully you remember what happened back then. And
that's what Tony Sr. was saying.
Really? Well, that's cool. You know, hopefully he'll just give us the push. And, you know, we were a lap away from winning that thing, you know, but
they're saying they're not going to tell him what to do, so...
Well, I just heard Dale Jr. tell Tony Sr. on the radio. He says, man, I wish there was anybody instead of Michael in front of me because he knows what I do. He knows all my tricks. And hopefully Michael's got it all figured out. But, man, we've had a heck of a day. Michael, he hates his car, won't run. We pulled the wrong gear. It's been a bad day. You know, I told him on the radio we'd sell it after the race was over because he hates it. You know, it's a brand new car. We spent a lot of time building it. And it just won't run for some reason. But it's running pretty good right there. But Napa Chevrolet has been doing pretty good. The last 5 weeks have been really hard on the team, and a victory would be really good for us right now.
Marty? Jimmy Fenning, the crew chief for Kurt Busch. What did Kurt say about the contact with the 38, Jimmy?
He really didn't say nothing. The next thing he knew, he said somebody came across his hood. He didn't really, it happened so fast, he just saw the 38 coming across his hood, so he didn't really know what was happening.
It's going to hurt your chances for a win. How bad is the damage, Jimmy?
Well, it's bad enough we got to come in right now and beat the fender out. If we stay out there, we're going to blow a tire and really chew it up. So Kurt did an awesome job today. You know, that's plate racing.
They did a great job coming from the back to the front. They do have a lot of fender damage, and they will have a tire rub unless they come down pit road. Matt?
And Marty, would you believe they're short on fuel, too? No, we're just kidding. That's what we're joking around about. We came down here. But where do you guys stand now? How do you think this is going to shake out?
I'm not sure yet. We're somewhere between probably 4th and 10th, 7th maybe. We'll just have to see how it shakes out and the way NASCAR looks at it. But it's just been a kind of a weird day getting that flat tire really hurt us. And we finally got the lap back, and Ryan just did a great job driving back up through the field. And we're in good shape fuel-wise, so we'll see what happens.
A very impressive job by him behind the wheel. How big if you guys could pull it off and get your first plate win?
It'd be fantastic. I mean, to get Roger's first plate win would be awesome. But hopefully we can just get out of here with a good finish and a car that's still in one piece and go on to the next race.
Marty? That's been an interesting day for Tony Stewart. Greg Zipadelli is crew chief. Well, you guys have really worked hard. You've been back. You've been up to the front. Does he have enough to get past those DEI cars?
I don't know. It depends on what kind of run we get. We miss the gear a little bit, so when we get spread out or get in the wrong situation, it doesn't pull up a little bit. But, you know, for not having any practice yesterday, really, Tony's done a great job. This team's done a good job, and hopefully we can get out of here with a good, strong finish for Home Depot.
How has Tony felt in the car today?
Oh, he's been great all day. You know, came this morning in good spirits, felt good, was a lot better. So, you know, we'll just keep our fingers crossed there, and hopefully we don't have another one of those wrecks.
Talking about the gear situation, Greg came on the radio, said we just didn't have enough practice yesterday, and Tony came back and said, guys, that's my fault. It's my fault we're in this predicament.
Okay, Marty.
Yesterday, if you just joined us, Tony Stewart, I guess Friday night, developed a migraine headache and was very, very sick and did not practice the car tomorrow. Dave?
Well, BP, we don't have an official report yet on Elliott Sadler other than they are going to load him into the chopper and take him out of the racetrack for further observation. Remember last week they did that with Dale Jr. to avoid the traffic problems and just make sure they get him there as quickly as possible to be further evaluated. If we have some more information on his condition, we will let you know. And, you know, I just took note of the words on the side of the helicopter there, lifesaver. And after looking at the way that car wrecked, I guess we'd have to say the safety equipment that Elliott was wearing, definitely.
Yeah. Good observation. Caraway Medical Center, excellent reputation, not far from here. It's down in Birmingham, Alabama. And so we'll get whatever update we can on Elliott Sadler. But again, we did see him climb from the car under his power and work with the safety officials there tending to him. Now they're getting set to fire the cars up on the backstretch. They're going to open the pit road as they come by the first time. Allow everyone to come in. What they call a quickie yellow means the lap-down cars don't have to wait another lap to pit, and they're going to give them the one-to-go signal at the start-finish line. So that means we're going to have a 4-lap race to the finish. Dave, got more for us?
Yeah, just the fact that they really have no condition report on Elliott. He's talking with the medical workers there, and again, they're just going to get him out of here and, as quickly as they can, just for further evaluation at the University of Alabama Birmingham Medical Facility. Marty?
Dave Ward Burton probably feels like a man on an island. You have the lead, Frank Stoddard, but can you keep it?
Well, actually, we don't have the lead. They just set the field. Not sure exactly how they set the field, but that's their discretion. They put the 15 in the front, the 8 second, and us third. When the caution came out, I thought we had the lead, but, you know, they've got better telemetry and stuff up there than we do here. So we're in third. That may be okay because I'm not sure that we want to be behind the 15 and the 8 being hunted like that. We can be the hunter, and that'll be a little bit more fun.
Frankie said the car has been excellent today, and Ward has done a terrific job. Alan?
And the field rolls to come around to get the pit road opening, to get the one-to-go signal, and to set up for what's going to be a wild, tense, dramatic 4 laps at the finish of the EA Sports 500.
I thought the last restart was wild.
Yeah.
Wait till you see this, folks.
Because this is for all the marbles.
Stories of the day, Dale Earnhardt Jr. got damaged on pit road back at lap 14. He spent most of this race a lap down. Got back on the lead lap when he managed to be the first car 1 lap down, and a caution flag came out about 2/3 of the way through the race. Came tearing through the field after the restart. Took the lead with 24 laps to go for the first time all race. And now he's running second behind his teammate Michael Waltrip as we get set for this final restart. Earnhardt Jr. trying to win 5 straight here at Talladega. Michael Waltrip, heard from his crew chief a minute ago, got a new car here, not really all that enthused with it, but he's managed to work his way to the lead. And that's the spot you want to be as we get down to these final laps.
This car he tested in Daytona a couple of weeks ago, ran about 1,100 miles with that car. Slugger was very happy with that car, but obviously Michael not too pleased with it.
We have 23 cars on the lead lap. Fuel by this caution flag's pretty much been taken out of the equation. Everybody should be good to the finish. Now it's a question of which way do they end up finishing in these final 4 laps.
And I think you've got guys like Ward Burton and Jeff Gordon, probably spotters, and Rusty Wallace. These guys behind the DEI cars have got to be talking to their spotters and cutting deals right now because they know the only way they're going to beat the DEI cars is to gang up against them.
Kurt Busch involved in the accident with Elliott Sadler, getting the damage repaired on his car. You heard from his crew chief, Jimmy Fennig, there a minute ago. It's going to put him at least back to the end of the lead lap cars. And now, because we're inside the final 10 laps, only the lead lap cars go to the front of the line in single file for the restart.
We saw Greg Biffle alongside Michael Waltrip when the cars took off. Well, he has dropped back, and he will restart the race in the 24th position.
Now, I say that earlier about those guys teaming up, but I could be wrong on that. The 8 car and the 15 car could be going at each other pretty hard.
I don't know.
What do you think?
I don't know. I think that the 8's going to help the 15 win.
I'm going to go against you on that one.
Okay.
I vote with Wally on that.
Okay.
8's going to try and pass him for the win.
I do believe so.
Earnhardt Jr. looking to become the first driver to win 5 straight races at a NASCAR Super Speedway. It's not an all-time NASCAR record. Richard Petty and Darrell Waltrip won 7 in a row at short tracks, Richmond and Bristol respectively, but it's never been done on a super speedway. Junior here and Bill Elliott at Michigan have each won 4 straight races. He's trying to carve out new ground that even his father didn't accomplish.
I like Tony Eury Sr.'s answer. I don't want a dog in this hunt. Yeah, that's right here. I'm going to let
I'll
these
tell you,
guys
those guys did. I'm proud of the job they did on fixing that car. It's hard to fix a car here at Talladega. It's so important to have this arrow right, and they got it right.
A couple things just to talk about as far as the restart is concerned from the driver's perspective as they get ready to go. Single file, I won't stay that way long. Restricted engine package like we run here. It takes a little while to get up to full speed.
And you're going to see guys trying to lay back.
Like Ward Burton, you see that gap that he's got behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. He'd like to keep that and accelerate a little bit before they do.
So then he'll have a run. When he gets to the start-finish line, he'll have a run, he'll have more speed, and he'll try to get by him. But he's also getting in his ear right now. Close it up, because NASCAR will try to keep the cars tight.
All right, here we go. Coming down to the restart line.
The Junior laying back from Michael.
Yes. There it is, the restart line right about now when they need to nail the throttle.
Go, 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 go.
Good restart. You see all these guys up against that outside retaining wall. You can only pass to the right.
Now, Michael may be a sitting duck right now because these guys have laid back. So we'll see what kind of run they get when they get to the middle of the backstretch.
There is such a thing as getting too far ahead at these drafting tracks.
Yes,
and Michael may be it.
It may be it. He may be a sitting duck. We'll see what happens. Jeff Gordon should be a little bit closer to the 22.
Tony Stewart did 3 wide with Mike Wallace back there coming off 2. But meanwhile, here comes Ward Burton.
And the 8's got some steam. We'll see what happens.
See how Michael blocks. And you know he's going to block. Michael Waltrip, Dale Jr., Ward Burton, Jeff Gordon, Ryan Newman, the top 5. And now just about getting up to full speed in these cars.
I'll tell you what, Michael did a really nice job on that restart.
He did. I thought he'd had too big of a jump, but obviously he did not.
Here comes Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon for 3rd on Ward Burton. Got it. Ward's got no drafting help.
Man, he's just going straight back down there. All that line will go by.
And look at the pack behind him charging forward.
They're no help.
They get to his front group, it's going to get ugly. Marty.
Jeff Gordon, right before the green flag, said, is there any way I can get rid of this rev limiter chip? They said, turn it to box 2. It's unlimited. That should give him more RPMs. Helps him pass Ward Burton, but can't help him pass the 8 car.
And what that means is they got 2 ignition boxes, and they have chips they put in. And usually they put a higher chip in one box for just this.
Last couple laps of the race.
Get some more RPMs.
And just make note at Talladega, there is the start-finish line. It's not in the center of the trioval like at Daytona. They've got a little more racing to do when they get to that point here on that last lap.
2 laps to go.
Outside, Ward Burton trying to rally back. Ricky Craven getting up behind him to push in the 32. Down the inside, Rusty Wallace. Whoa! Tony Stewart there flirting with that yellow line in the orange car. And the field accordions back together.
This is where Gordon's going to have to do it. Jeff Gordon going to have to pull out and hopefully get some help.
Here, he's all over Junior's back bumper. Ryan Newman is tucked up against Gordon. They're coming to the white flag. 2 2/3 miles of racing left at Talladega. Do they all make it back around? And who's the first one to the checkered flag?
Wow, there's
Tony Stewart. Shuffling Rusty Wallace out of the way. Jeff Gordon trying to block. Stewart trying to find some running room. Stewart up the center. So far, nobody with anything from Michael Waltrip. Outside, it's Kevin Harvick in the black and silver car.
Gordon's on the outside of the 8 car.
Gordon's jump in front of Harvick and get the push. Gordon to second. Michael Waltrip trying to figure out who to block. Here they come to the final corner and down to the start-finish line. Waltrip's going to have enough. Michael Waltrip will win the EA Sports 500 at Talladega. Oh, the crash after the checkered flag. Bobby Labonte turned into a couple others.
Big wreck behind you, big wreck behind you. Be careful, just come on around. Big wreck behind you, big wreck behind you. They are lined up outside of you, buddy, outside.
Bobby Labonte, Kenny Wallace, Mark Martin. In a wreck after the checkered flag. Well, he held him off.
He sure did. And that restart won him the race.
It did. I thought he got too big a jump, but it was just the perfect jump.
And Junior did not abandon.
No, he didn't.
He stayed there with him.
Stayed with him.
You made the call, VP. Matty.
And a handshake and a hug by Junior's Uncle Danny Earnhardt. Slugger, congratulations. What a win.
Man, thank you. His teammate helped us out, you know. I tell you, DEI, the other competition caught up with us, and we built a brand new car. Took it to Daytona, did a tire test, got the roof hatch in it. I'm sure Michael will do something crazy with that. You know how he is. But, man, the last 5 weeks have been hard on us, and I told these guys to stick with us and with Michael, and everything will work out just great. And, man, what a deal. We needed it. We needed it bad.
What were you thinking when you saw everybody start to shuffle coming out of 2?
I don't know what to think. I figured we'd run out of gas. I figured we were done. So it's a good team effort. And, you know, when DEI's 1-2 on the track with Dale Jr., it's hard to beat us. You know, they tried. So, you know, we've stepped up. Us and the 8, built new cars. They worked real hard on their stuff, and it's a good day.
DEI's won 9 of the last 12 restrictor plate races.
Here comes the hatch. That's the new escape hatch that they put in Michael Waltrip's car. Of course, with the Napa logo underneath it.
Yeah.
Well, Slugger just said he thought he'd do something silly with the
that's
show
definitely a first.
Yeah, that's the first.
That's perfect, isn't it? Yeah, I know you want me to go to victory lane. High five me first, you know? That's beautiful. Michael Waltrip, second win of 2003, and what a miserable month it's been for Waltrip and this team. Slugger talked about the way things have been going for them lately. Last 5 finishes before today: 42nd, 37th, 32nd, 26th, 42nd. He was 5th in points after Michigan 5 races ago. He fell out of the top 10 for the first time all season last Sunday at Dover. This is the last half lap.
See, Junior still helping that 15 car. He's also trying to run second. He goes up to block the 24 car. And look at this mess behind them.
And wait till you see when they come across the start-finish line. They're 4 wide coming across the start-finish line. Michael blocking the whole field.
Everything he could. Look at Kurt Busch with the damaged fender right back up in the middle, the 97 car. And now after the checkered flag, keep your eye on the green car, Bobby Labonte. He gets bumped by Bill Elliott, I believe.
But they were stacked. I mean, they were 4 wide.
Big wreck behind you, big wreck behind you. They are lined up outside.
3 rows of 4 wide.
And Bobby and Kenny Wallace got the worst of it. Is that Chevy commercial where they put the donuts on the side of each other's car? How about we make that our Chevy winning moment? Michael Waltrip, today's winner. Chevy congratulates Mikey and the number 15 Monte Carlo. Chevy will tell you. Mikey will tell you. The only thing that comes close to Monte Carlo's reputation on the track is its reputation on the street. More champions depend on Chevy. We'll be there.
At the center of a mystery.
Is there no one in the venerable law firm of Lyon, LaCrosse, and Levine familiar with obstruction of justice?
There's a new man in power.
It was a setup. For what?
And he's about to change the rules.
What are you afraid of?
Nothing. Rob Lowe.
I accept the decision.
He's in The Lion's Den. Premieres tonight, 10, 9 Central on NBC.
Time is running out to get unbelievable deals during Ford's authorized clearance. Own a Ford SUV with 0% financing for up to 72 months. Or choose up to $5,000 cash back. 0 for 72 can save you over $14,000 in finance charges. Hurry, Ford's authorized clearance ends soon. Visit your Atlanta area Ford store today.
Well, that's the last of it.
The original rugged Nissan Pathfinder, and coming soon, the new full-size Pathfinder Armada. Two Pathfinders, countless adventures.
Quality coverage and convenience. That's 11 Alive News.
Talladega in victory lane. Everyone drove away from that last lap crash, and now the celebration begins through the alternate exit. Only Michael Waltrip would think of that. That's the new escape hatch approved by NASCAR, recommended for use but not required yet in these cars. And Michael Waltrip's the first one to use it. Let me take this towel here. Have a towel. Well, I don't know where to start, but let's start with the final restart. Tell me about that with the 8 behind you.
Oh, what a day. We battled hard all day long. I was afraid about the restart. My car was geared a little higher than I wanted it to be, and I was afraid they'd get a run on me, and that's what Junior tried to do. I fought that one off, and then I saw Gordon get beside Dale Jr. coming off 4, and, I had to go for it. I had to go up high and hope that Junior didn't have a run on the bottom, get under me, and come back and block him off. And it was a good plan, but, I'm sitting over on the back straightaway thinking, where am I going to put my Napa Chevy? How am I going to position it to make sure I win? And, when I drove off, Bill, I said, I don't know. I'll just deal with it when it happens. But real proud of my team, Slugger, DI, the dominance continues. And, today it had a whole lot to do with a couple of guys willing their way to the front because I think the gap between the haves and the have-nots has drastically closed.
Well, they put you to the back once for that pit road penalty.
Yeah, what did I do? I don't even know what happened.
The catch can kind of. They didn't want to tell you. It's not important now. You won the race. But you had to fight your way up through that mess, didn't you?
Yeah, and...
How was it out there, by the way, with those rules?
And, my car was kind of slow in the glob. But if I got in the back and got a run up through there because the way it was geared, I can make some good progress. And it taught me a whole lot going to the back and coming back up through there. So every time I was a little bit better at it. And I was shocked, just literally shocked when I was in the front at the end. And it had to do with great fuel mileage, had to do with a great team. I want to thank Coca-Cola, Klausner, Oreos, all the people that make all this possible. Of course, Chevrolet.
I thought you didn't like the gear in this car because you were really frustrated in the early laps here, weren't you?
I was, but I told them yesterday that in the pack, in the glob, it wouldn't go. But if I got a run on people, I was all right. And I whined a little bit more than I hope anybody heard me because this place is frustrating and you got your emotions out on your sleeve anyway. And I was complaining a lot, but I'm thankful to put our Napa Chevy in victory lane. Guess what? Tomorrow is her 6th birthday.
How about that?
Wish her happy birthday.
Happy birthday. And the birthday celebration is in victory lane at Talladega. Marty? Well, Bill, speaking of not knowing where to start, Dale Jr., where do we begin with your day? Let's start with the end. Did Michael just have too big of a run on you for you to be able to catch him?
Well, he has a great car, and he's one of my toughest competitors on a track like this because he knows a lot about me and what all my tricks are. So it's real tough to get by him. I can get up beside him, but it's hard to get by him. I didn't have anybody behind me that I'm drafting partners with. Me and Jeff Gordon were buddies, but we're not drafting partners. And it just didn't work out like we wanted it to. We're real happy to get second. We had a trouble on pit road and lost a lap there. Ran most of the race a lap down. The rule worked out for me. I didn't earn my lap, but I didn't earn it back, but the rule worked out for me. And I got it back, and man, we were just running into everybody. Everybody was running into us, and some people hung on to their cars and some people didn't. I feel like I caused the crash with Elliott. I hope he's all right. Just a rough race, and it was fun, but I don't think everybody out there was too happy with what was going on out there, and that's the wildest I've seen it in a long time.
All right, they did an incredible job being a lap down, come back to finish second today. Matt?
3 seconds and now a third for Tony Stewart. Let's talk about that last lap or two.
Our car's high, car's low, cars running into you from the left side, cars running into you.
You're like a pinball.
Yeah, but to bounce into third position after not even sitting in the car yesterday, and I got to thank Bobby Labonte and Kyle Petty for, they both took about 3 laps in the car for me yesterday. I had a migraine like I haven't had for about 15 years, and couldn't even stand to see light. That's how bad it hurt. But slept all day yesterday and all through the evening, and came out today feeling a lot better and didn't know what to expect. I mean, with the rule change and all that, and just really happy. The car wasn't quite as good as what we could have fixed a lot of things if I could have drove the car in a happy hour and made it better. But I tell you what, the guys in the pit crew, they're the ones that deserve the credit for this. They got us great track position every time, and at the end there, we got a couple big runs and got through to a couple key cars, and every time you look up at the end of the race, you see the 8 and the 20 together at the end, and that's the way we finished. So pretty good result.
Quickly, do you like the new rules?
I think that NASCAR is doing a great job with them. I think the intent of it is great. Needs some tweaking. I think some guys that would never get laps back under certain circumstances have finished in the top 5 the last 2 weeks because of this. So I think there needs to be some tweaking to it. But I think all in all, it's done for the right reasons. The good thing is when somebody has a wreck like we had here today, we all start slowing down right away. And that was the whole intent of the rule, was to save our fellow competitors. So I think everything's going along for the right reasons.
Tony Stewart, third in Talladega. Marty?
Well, Matt, Jeff Gordon made a run with 4 fresh tires, but in the end, you apologized to your crew. Why?
Well, I was more apologizing because I let Harvick get to the inside of me down there in the middle of 3 and 4. I put myself in perfect position, had a push, got by Junior, and had my set sight on Michael and had the momentum, and he moved up, and when I moved up with him, Harvick snuck it inside of me, and I just was really, apologize about that. I mean, they know me. I'm going to go for the win. I'm not going to stay there in third, and I'm glad that I did, and we still ended up with a top 5, so I'm real happy with that.
Real quick, did the new rules work?
I don't know what they were meant to do, so I wasn't a part of that. The rule change in any way. I just went out there and drove my car the best that I possibly could, and I didn't see a big difference from before other than the cars. You could bump draft a lot more.
Finishes 5th today for Jeff Gordon. Dave?
All right, Kevin made it through the end, through those final laps. Kevin, what was it like?
It was pretty wild. It was pretty cool there at the end. Kurt Busch, he was on a mission there, and he had the old 29 Jim Goodwrench Chevrolet going. But went in the middle there and thought we might have a chance coming to the line, and everybody peeled off behind me and wound up 7th. So still a good day for the Jim Goodwrench Chevy.
How'd you feel about the package and how it raced?
I tell you, it completely changed my opinion during the race. Our package wasn't as strong as we have been in the last 3 restrictor plate races, but it's a lot like the roof fin, and you can pull up better, and I think the racing was a lot better.
All right, Kevin Harvick, a top 10 at a restrictor plate race. That's not bad.
Michael Waltrip with his 4th NASCAR Winston Cup win, 2nd of 2003. His first win not at Daytona. Earnhardt Jr. from a lap down to 2nd. Brian Newman from a lap down to 4th.
Lucky Dog Award, he comes back to 4th, yes.
Top 10 there for Mike Wallace.
How about Kurt Busch? After that damage to the right front fender, he comes back to finish 6th.
Bobby Labonte 11th at the checkers, then crashed after the checkers in turn 1. Kenny Wallace, same thing, crashed after the checkers, but again, they all drove away. Last on the lead lap, 23rd place, Mark Martin. Everybody else from there, a lap or more down. Again, Elliott Sadler taken to a local hospital for further examination. Same for Larry Foyt. He was involved in a very early crash, was taken to a local hospital for further examination, and we got no further update on him after that early accident. And you saw our championship leader, Matt Kenseth, the sub-headline on the day with an engine failure, his worst finish of the season in 33rd. Championship standings, the lead was 436 coming into the day, so about 80 points off the gap. And we have 7 races left to go in the season. The only one of the top 5 we haven't heard from is Ryan Newman. Marty?
Well, and it turned out to be not such a bad day for guys who lost the lap. Ryan, you have a smile on your face because you got the lap back and still finished 4th. How'd you do that?
No, I got a smile on my face because we finished the race. So
that's a good point too.
It's really no fun out there. I mean, when you can get back up to the front for whatever lap it is, if it's the last lap, thankfully, you have a fun day. But other than that, it's no fun. I mean, it's beating and banging around there at 190 miles an hour. We got cars that are tore up just about like they are at Bristol and Martinsville. It's not fun, and to me, it's not racing, but I do it because it's part of what we do.
And he makes reference to the 2 big restrictor plate wrecks he had earlier this year, but today he finishes 4th. Alan.
Okay, Marty, here was the big moment of the day, the scary moment of the day. Dale Jr. with a little feint to try and block Elliott Sadler. When Elliott reacted, Kurt Busch was in his way.
And the 38 car flew through the air like a kite. But Elliott basically got out of the car by himself.
Yeah, here's where the ride gets real wild.
Yeah, watch this. Oh, that hurts.
Total of 5 flips before he's done. And watch, as soon as he stops moving, you'll see the steering wheel come up on the dashboard as he takes it off and begins to extricate himself from the wreckage.
And probably, I mean, you know, even through a wreck like that, you're mad. I mean, you're like, man, I had a good car. It takes the steering wheel off, and I'll throw it on the dash.
And that set up a red flag, which set up a wild sprint to the finish. Michael Waltrip, pushed by his teammate Dale Jr., then blocking for all he could to keep Jeff Gordon and Kevin Harvick and Jr. behind him. And Waltrip extending Chevrolet's victory streak here at Talladega, now 10 straight races at the world's fastest speedway. The Bowtie Brigade have held the winner's trophy.
And that start-finish line being down on farther down the racetrack cost Kevin Harvick about 2 or 3 spots, because it looked to me like he was 3rd or 4th at the normal start-finish line.
The tri-oval start-finish line.
Next week, it's off to the Kansas Speedway in Kansas City. Our Saturday NASCAR Busch Series coverage will feature Wally's World, for real.
Yeah, for real. The Mr. Clean Auto Dry Car Wash, as you can see, being used on my car there.
Cool. Little demonstration here at Talladega yesterday. Wally races on Saturday. Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus will join BP and I for the broadcast, and we hope that you will join us as well. That's 2 Eastern next Saturday, NASCAR Busch Series Racing from Kansas, presented by Midas. Next Sunday on NBC, the Banquet 400, presented by Conagra Foods, coverage starting at 12:30 Eastern with Discover Card Countdown to Green. NBC Tonight starting at 7, 6 Central, all new episodes of Dateline NBC, American Dreams, Law & Order Criminal Intent, and then the premiere of The Lion's Den. A wild day here at Talladega. Michael Waltrip has the biggest smile and the biggest trophy from the EA Sports 500.
Green flag.
Elliott Sadler over once and a half and on his roof. Now the car tumbling hard onto the pavement in turn 3. Michael Waltrip will win the EA Sports 500 at Talladega.
Last season on Third Watch, it was cop against cop, and everyone came out shooting. On the Third Watch season premiere, the one question on America's mind is who will survive. The Third Watch season premiere, NBC this Monday, 10/9.